Chapter 3678. Taoist Master Yuanqing wasn't moved by Xiaohua's words and coldly said, "This old man didn't arrange it. It's just that your luck is too bad, and it's also because Confucian cultivators are too powerful. No matter what you say now, it's useless." This old man has already observed that no cultivators have passed through the surrounding 50 kilometers in the past 3 days. Don't even think that a cultivator will come and save you. That's the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I've heard someone say that my luck is bad. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he looked at Fairy Jing's rabbit-like demon beast. Although it looked very fierce, it actually cowered under the gemstone red gaze of the rainbow leopard expert in the distance, and its body trembled from time to time. Thus, he said to Fairy Jing, who was standing in front of him, "Fairy Jing, put away your bewilderment. We don't need it to deal with these beasts." Fairy Jing refused without hesitation and patted her Qiankuan bag. It was the jade pendant that Xiaohua had seen before. As soon as the jade pendant rushed out of the space, it immediately emitted a tenacious brilliance that protected Fairy Jing and Xiaohua. Fairy Jing then opened her mouth and spat out a magic treasure that looked like a shell. The shell emitted a tricolored brilliance and slowly expanded. A fierce, desolate, and even fishy aura emanated from the shell. Fairy Jing's face was cautious, as if she really didn't care about her own life. There was a rare stern look in her eyes that was like smoke and ripples. "Many thanks, Fairy Jing." Xiaohua sighed and whispered behind her, "It's good that Fairy Jing is so considerate. As for taking action, that's my business." After saying that, an auspicious cloud appeared under Xiaohua's feet and carried him into the sky. Xiaohua waved his hand, and Little Silver flew out of the space. Sure enough, as soon as Little Silver, who had always been obedient, flew out, sky-shaking heavens raised its head and screamed. Its wings flapped as if it wanted to rush over. Little Silver shrunk its neck and immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. It hid its small mouse face behind Xiaohua's thumb, revealing only half of its mouse eyes. Who knew if it was really afraid or just faking it? Xiaohua completely ignored Little Silver's show-off. With a flick of his middle finger, he motioned for Little Silver to fly towards the rainbow leopard. He then waved his other hand, and a black shadow mixed with golden light flew out of his hand. It was none other than the divine power centipede which had appeared on a demon cloud. Taoist Yuanqing was a little stupefied. He indeed didn't expect Xiaohua to have 2 demon beasts. But when he saw the divine power centipede, he sneered and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoists, success or failure. As long as we kill him, his demon beasts and the treasures in his Qiankuan bag from the jades in his Qiankuan bags. This old man doesn't want these things. This old man only wants Xiaohua's head. Kill!" Since Taoist Yuanqing had given the order, Hai Hongzi and the other 2 didn't waste time. They each rode their demon beasts and urged their magic power to attack Xiaohua and Fairy Jing from all sides. "Heh!" Xiaohua sneered. "Chirp chirp." When the divine power centipede heard this, it immediately unleashed its might. With a hiss, strange runes surged around its body. Then, with a burst of demon qi, it grew to several feet long and pounced at sky-shaking heaven's abdomen. Little Silver, who had been flying slowly in the air, suddenly sped up. There was even a rumbling sound in the air, but it was only for a moment before a silver curve, almost invisible to the naked eye, pounced at the rainbow leopard's back. Roar! Sky-shaking heavens roared. Roar! The rainbow leopard also roared. The 2 demon beasts jumped up together and took the initiative to fly out from under the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a flirtatious light. They were clearly very excited and cared a lot about their opponents. Woo-woo! While the demonic beasts were fighting, Taoist Master Yuanqing's halberd let out a wave-like cry. Hai Hongzi's magic weapon that was like a waterfall let out a mighty roar that was even more powerful than Fairy Jing's shell magic weapon. The 2 nascent soul cultivators activated their divine thoughts and the transcendence energy around their bodies transformed into 2 huge hands, grabbing towards Xiaohua. "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and shook his head slightly. "If I kill you all, it'll really be bullying you. It'll be an unfair victory." As he spoke, Sword chi flashed around Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights suddenly burst out from Xiaohua's body. Then Xiaohua opened his mouth and 4 flying swords of different colors rushed out. The thousands of sword lights surged with sword chi and turned into 4 giant swords that flew towards the 4 cultivators. The sword chi was imposing, the sword light was cold, and an austere aura sealed off the entire area. You're a Confucian cultivator? Taoist Yuan Qing was shocked and his face turned ashen. After all, the position of Xiaohua's sword was enough to block one of Ming Hao's halberd's attacks. Without Fairy Jing's help, Xiaohua would still be undefeated in a 1 versus 4 battle. Xiaohua sneered. You think I'm all talk and no action? After listening to me for 3 days, I'm afraid that you're only thinking about how to kill me, right? I'm impossible. You're proficient in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Taoist Yuan Qing didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, 4 loud sounds rang out as the flying swords struck Ming Hao's halberd. Ming Hao's halberd, which hadn't been damaged even during the Jade Pavilion conference, was instantly pushed back several meters by Xiaohua's flying swords. A deep crack appeared on it, and it looked like it was about to break. With Ming Hao's halberd in such a state, Hai Hongzi's magic weapon was even worse. With a loud bang, the sword light was split in half, and Hai Hongzi's figure flew back several meters, his face dark red. The other 2 cultivators were even more miserable. Not only were their nascent soul's hands shattered, but their left and right arms were also shattered by the sword light. Their faces flashed with astonishment, as if they had never seen such tyrannical sword chi before. Let's go! Taoist Yuan Qing was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that Xiaohua was unstoppable, he immediately made a decision. We don't need to tangle with him. As long as we pass the news of him attacking Star-Lord Palace's Star-Lord Well to Mount Yaotai, Senior Kong Hongwu will naturally personally take his dog head. Oh! At this moment, the arrogant rainbow leopard let out a miserable roar, leaving behind its last sound in this world. Then its body fell from the sky. That cute little silver swung its body and carefully used its little paws to wash its face in the air. It was unknown whether it was because of mysophobia or because it was shy. Hiss! The thin and small cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that he was even more shocked that his arm was injured by Xiaohua, but before he could urge his body to fly back, an extremely heavy hissing sound came from afar. The demonic cloud in the sky suddenly flourished, and then a bloody light suddenly appeared. The sky-shaking heavens was actually split in half from head to toe by a black light. Taoist Yuan Qing was scared silly. He had really calculated for a long time and thought of many possibilities, but he still neglected to consider that Xiaohua actually had the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. Even if his dantian was shattered and his nascent soul was destroyed, he still couldn't be Xiaohua's opponent. This so-called demonic beast divine power centipede was even more unexpected, and he didn't even consider it. After all, it was already good for a Taoist cultivator to have a demonic beast as a companion. How could they raise a second demonic beast? Go, go, go! This was Taoist Yuan Qing's only thought at this time. Trembling with fear, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Unfortunately, this simple thought couldn't be realized now. Just when the 4 nascent soul cultivators wanted to urge their magic power to escape, they suddenly felt an incomparably powerful force confining them. Oh, it couldn't be said to be confinement, because there wasn't the slightest bit of magic power fluctuation. It was a kind of pure power. Taoist Yuan Qing turned pale with fright. He hurriedly rubbed his hands, and several rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light around Taoist Yuan Qing violently trembled, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in midair. The hand of a nascent soul? When Hai Hongzi saw this, a familiar feeling spontaneously arose, and he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out. You? How can your divine sense, how can it be so strong? Another nascent soul cultivator was so scared that he trembled slightly and said in a low voice, You? Are you a nascent soul cultivator? Go to hell. Xiaohua didn't answer, and indifferently opened his mouth, like a god in the sky. The actions of these 4 people were no different from bandits. What was special was that they had superhuman divine abilities. If they were left in the world, they would only be able to kill more Taoist cultivators. Following Xiaohua's words, the four divine senses were like hammers, rushing down, and a rumbling sound rang out in the air. Falling stone array. Fairy Jing had already put away her magic treasure, and when she heard the familiar whistling sound, she couldn't help but think of the huge falling stone that made her tremble with fear. Facing this divine sense hammer that was comparable to falling stars, the four nascent soul cultivators' faces were ashen. They finally understood why Xiaohua wasn't afraid of them. With such a strong divine sense, even if he didn't have a dantian, then, so what? Fight! Taoist Yuan Qin let out a heart-wrenching roar, and just as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, a withered green wooden vine flew out. Boom! Light flashed around Taoist Yuan Qin's body, and the strong impact instantly tore his body into pieces. A 6-foot-long nascent soul flashed inside his body, and its figure slightly drifted, as if it was about to teleport. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua stretched out his hand, the space around the nascent soul was like iron, and the nascent soul couldn't disappear after squeezing for a moment. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the nascent soul immediately fell into his hand. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stretch out his left index finger, and a faint crystal thread entered the space between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After a moment, several dark green lights flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and strands of ghost-like light once again fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After that, there was nothing after that. Facing a cultivator like Xiaohua who was able to kill a cultivator of the upper 5th level of essence energy, how could 3 nascent soul cultivators of the middle 4th level of essence energy be his opponent? The bodies of the 3 cultivators were shattered by the divine sense hammer, and after Xiaohua searched their souls, the 3 nascent souls were stored in the mountain river seal. In the future, even if they came out, they could only wear the Taoist robes of the green-robed Xiaohua. A painstakingly planned ambush was only a wedding dress for someone else. Chapter 3679. Seeing Xiaohua deal with 4 cultivators who were more powerful than her so easily, Fairy Jing had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if she had been cheated, but also as if she was relaxed. She even felt that it was only natural. As for Xiaohua's method of dealing with the 4 nascent soul cultivators, Fairy Jing didn't think much of it. She knew that if she and Xiaohua had fallen into their hands, it would have been even worse. However, she was still a little curious. She didn't understand why he had to keep the 4 nascent soul cultivators alive. Of course, she wouldn't ask too much. She landed on the flying boat with a smile in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still need me to steer the boat for you? Hee, of course not. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand, and the Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out. Fairy Jing's eyes lit up at the sight of such an arrogant Pegasus, and she smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed very resourceful. This kind of light feather unicorn is very rare in the world. Oh? This is called a light feather unicorn? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. I thought it was a Pegasus. Although Pegasuses also have light feathers, they don't have a horn. Fairy Jing landed on the flying carriage with a smile. Moreover, Pegasuses are most particular about the purity of their bloodline. The Immortal Palace would never let their Pegasuses. At this point, Fairy Jing stopped talking. She looked at the light feather heavenly horse with some envy and said, "Actually, it's this kind of demonic beast with an impure bloodline that has the potential to develop. It can have unexpected abilities." Xiaohua also landed on the flying carriage. He patted the Pegasus with his hand and put little silver on its back. He put away the divine power centipede and said, "I didn't expect Fairy Jing to know so much about demon beasts." Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. "Didn't I tell you before? I established my country by the sea, and there are often demons of the 1,000 demons sacred realm who come to trade. It would be strange if I didn't know about this." That's right. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He extended his hand and said, "Fairy Jing, if possible, please give your magic treasure to me. I'll find some time to refine it for you. If it has the power of a spirit treasure, consider it my apology for deceiving you." When Fairy Jing heard this, her face turned red, and her eyes flickered. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that my magic treasure is different from others. I can only refine it myself, and no one else can help me." "Oh, there's such a strange thing?" Xiao Hua was stunned and wanted to ask more, but seeing Fairy Jing's awkward expression, he knew that her magic treasure was a bit strange, so he didn't ask any more questions. He scratched his head and said, "This is troublesome. This Xiao has to do something to feel at ease." Fairy Jing pursed her lips and said, "If fellow Taoist Xiao has the heart, just like what you said a few days ago, explaining cultivation to me again, I would be very grateful." "Good," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This Xiao likes this kind of business that only talks and doesn't make a loss. Fairy Jing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This Xiao can help you resolve them." Fairy Jing was stunned by this question. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After all, what Xiao Hua said in 3 days was enough for her to comprehend for many years. Even someone as strong as Taoist Yuan Qing praised that 3 days was equivalent to 300 years of bitter cultivation. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it also showed that what Xiao Hua said was indeed profound. Fairy Jing had already heard a lot. If she couldn't comprehend it herself, what was the point of asking more? "All right." Xiao Hua blinked and said, "Then let's chat casually. There's no need to worry about any cultivation method." Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't pursue the matter, Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "I have a little secret that I don't want others to know." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "It's nothing. Every cultivator has their own privacy. I won't let you know about my privacy. My privacy is also nothing." Fairy Jing thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, "I wonder what fellow Taoist thinks about the monsters of the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm?" "Monsters?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He thought for a moment and smiled. "Monsters are monsters and humans are humans. Monsters don't seem to be lower than humans and humans aren't nobler than monsters. That's all." "That's right. Fellow Taoist is right." Fairy Jing bit her pale lips and nodded. "It's something that can't be compared. Why force yourself to compare? That day, I saw you make a deal with Ing Per of the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm. Although other people have something to ask of monsters, there was disdain on their faces when they made the deal. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Zhao's smile was so sincere that I rarely saw it. So, I really feel that, in the eyes of fellow Taoist, monsters and humans are equal." "Fairy Jing, you're making me embarrassed." Xiao Hua scratched his head. "But we both have our own needs. I've never thought of such a high level." Speaking of this, Xiao Hua blinked. He seemed to have thought of something and a strange light appeared in his eyes. "Sure enough," Fairy Jing blushed and said shyly, "fellow Taoist Xiao must have already guessed that my bloodline isn't pure. I have monster blood flowing in my veins." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua smiled. "What's so strange about that? Do you think I'm a Confucian Taoist?" Hee hee. Seeing that Xiao Hua acted as if he hadn't heard her, Fairy Jing relaxed and said, "That heart shell is a magic treasure that I was born with. The secrets inside can only be discovered by me. Others can't help me. That's good." Xiao Hua nodded. "If possible, could you let me take a closer look at that heart shell?" When Fairy Jing heard this, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Seeing Xiao Hua waving his hand, Fairy Jing was a bit worried. She hurriedly opened her mouth, and a 3-colored brilliance rushed out from her mouth. The fist-sized heart shell flew out and landed on Fairy Jing's hand. Fairy Jing handed the heart shell to Xiao Hua without hesitation and lowered her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a look." Looking at how Fairy Jing's ears were burning and how she didn't dare to look him in the eye, how could Xiao Hua not know that he was being rude? However, although he did not take the heart shell, he still looked at it carefully. He saw that this heart shell was like a real shell, with lines engraved on it. Between the lines, There were extremely small runes buried within. The runes were a little strange, but Xiaohua found them familiar. Weren't they the runes on the bones of the two demonic beasts from before? However, Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on the three-colored light of the heart shell, as he was familiar with these three colors. Taoist magic treasures and spells were mostly bright, and three-colored lights were not uncommon. However, the three colors of Fairy Jing's heart shell were different from the other three colors. They were bright and lively, just like a person's eyes. These three colors were very similar to the seven-colored conch's brilliance Xiaohua obtained in the Sui He seabed formation. Moreover, Xiaohua saw that these three colors were three of the seven colors of the conch, and they were very similar to the size of the light. Thump thump. Just as Xiaohua was concentrating on examining the heart shell suddenly trembled like a human's ear. Xiaohua's eyelashes also moved along with the trembling. He no longer dared to look closely and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He smiled and said, "Fairy, this heart shell is really beautiful." Fairy Jing responded in a low voice and quickly withdrew her hand. The heart shell strangely disappeared, and even Xiaohua didn't see how she put it away. After a while, Fairy Jing's expression returned to normal, and she said in a low voice, "Didn't fellow Taoist Xiao ask me how to use the Renjing from Yaotai Mountain? Actually, I want to use it on this heart shell." "Oh, I understand." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked, "Then, is it true that the older it is, the more useful it is for Fairy Jing?" "Of course." Fairy Jing answered without hesitation. Fairy Jing immediately cried out in alarm because Xiaohua waved his hand and a dazzling golden Renjing immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Xiaohua said very calmly, "I have occasionally obtained Renjing in the past, but I didn't know what it was, so I kept it. Only today at the Jade Pavilion gathering did I know the origin of this item. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. How about exchanging it for Fairy Jing's Renjing?" But Fairy Jing smiled like a flower and didn't act polite with Xiaohua. She took Xiaohua's Renjing and gave her Renjing to Xiaohua, which was not only pitifully small, but also had a very different luster. She then said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If I succeed in my cultivation in the future, it will be fellow Taoist's credit. Your own cultivation has nothing to do with me." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "By the way, if fellow Taoist needs my help, feel free to tell me. My cultivation isn't high, but I have some disciples under me, and some of them can travel in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm." Fairy Jing returned the favor and asked. Xiaohua muttered to himself, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade eye and placed it on his forehead. After a moment, he handed it to Fairy Jing and said, "I don't know if Fairy Jing has seen this before, or if you know what it is?" Fairy Jing took the jade eye and looked at it. A look of disbelief appeared in her eyes, but after a moment she murmured, "That's not possible. That's not possible." Xiaohua's heart moved, and he stared at Fairy Jing, waiting for her reply. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jing raised her head and said, "This thing? I haven't seen or heard of it before. However, I'll help fellow Taoist look for it. If I have any news, I'll send a message to Senior Taoist and ask Senior Taoist to pass it on to fellow Taoist." "But," Xiaohua said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing. However, if Fairy Jing has any news, it's better to directly send it to me. There's no need to let Zhang Taoist know." Chapter 3680. When Fairy Jing heard this, she didn't say anything. She hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have a secret I want to ask. I don't know if I should say it." If it were anyone else, Xiaohua would definitely reply, "Since you don't know if you should say it, then don't say it." But when he saw Fairy Jing's slightly red face, Xiaohua seemed to think of something and faintly smiled. "Fairy, if you have something to say, then say it. I'll tell you everything I know." "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Fairy Jing bit her lips and looked outside the flying carriage. Her voice was lower than a mosquito's. "I wonder which fellow Taoist has the fortune to be your dual cultivation partner?" This. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He was just hesitating on how to explain it to Fairy Jing. After thinking for a moment, he faintly looked at the clouds below the flying carriage and sorrowfully said, "I'll tell Fairy a story." Then, Xiao Hua slightly concealed the matter between him and Xue Xue. Xue Xue's feelings were so deep that even Fairy Jing's heart trembled. Her face paled and her rippling eyes were filled with envy. Although she left, she already remained in his heart. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Fairy Jing took a deep breath and waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to say it. This is what it means to be a pair of lovebirds in the heavens and a branch on earth. Yin and yang are connected through the heart, and the bridge of helplessness is stronger than metal. I understand?" After saying this, Fairy Jing closed her eyes and seemed to be meditating. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and also closed his eyes to comprehend the powerful divine sense technique. In the silence, the Pegasus had already flown far away. The scenery below the flying carriage changed and many cultivators passed by. Xiao Hua had already changed his Taoist robes and looked like a scholar. Moreover, there was an early nascent soul stage female cultivator on the flying carriage, so no one dared to cause trouble. Seeing the sky turn dark and the Pegasus' brilliance illuminated half the sky, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and seemed to be in a good mood. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, this light feather heavenly beast is truly amazing. If it was in the hands of others, it would be a disaster." That's right. When this Xiao's cultivation was still low, I didn't even dare to use it. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to sigh and said, "After all, human nature is hard to fathom. Regardless of whether it's a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, it's hard to avoid greed when they see this item. Oh, by the way, why did Taoist Yuan Qing want to kill you?" Fairy Jing didn't seem to want to ask this question at first, but after showing the shell to Xiao Hua, their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Then, after hearing Xiao Hua's story, their relationship seemed to have gotten even closer. As they chatted, Fairy Jing inadvertently brought it up. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. I'm on the profound yellow rankings." "Ah, I see." Fairy Jing was startled, and then she said with a smile, "I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao. From now on, you can become famous in the hidden immortal continent. Any cultivator who wants to be famous will break their heads to find trouble with you." "Oh, is fellow Taoist on the profound roll or the yellow roll?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fairy Jing and said with hidden bitterness, "Fairy Jing, do you think I've lived long enough? With my cultivation, how can I be on the profound roll? What's your rank on the yellow roll?" Fairy Jing didn't find it strange and asked with a smile. "Not high, not high. I just got on the profound roll." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Just got on the profound roll." Fairy Jing shook her head even more. Those Confucian cultivators are blind. With fellow Taoist cultivation, I'm afraid you can get into the top 100. Yes, this was before I participated in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Xiao Hua sneered and said, "I never thought I could be on the profound yellow roll. I'm afraid it's the doing of the Copper Pillar Country's king." Although Taoist Yuan Qing didn't say it, and he didn't have a specific name in his memory, I'm sure that the person behind this is definitely related to the Copper Pillar Country in countless ways. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua was slightly startled, as if he thought of something. He didn't have many enemies on the hidden immortal continent. The Copper Pillar Country was one, and the other was the Duanmu family. Of course, the Duanmu family was a colossus, and Xiao Hua only offended 1 or 2 disciples. However, Xiao Hua couldn't rule out the possibility that Duanmu Qing and Duanmu Qiu weren't involved. Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't know about the profound yellow roll before. He just found out from Taoist Yuan Qing's memory that it was a hidden Confucian power on the hidden immortal continent, the profound yellow roll. It was a bounty list set up by the Taoist disciples who had grudges with Confucian cultivators. The profound roll was ranked 180, and the yellow roll was ranked 360. The difference between the profound roll and the yellow roll was in strength. The yellow roll was generally below the 5th grade, while the profound roll was for old monsters above the 5th grade. As for the profound roll and yellow roll's ranking, it was based on the bounty and had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Of course, it was only average. Those with higher cultivation would naturally have higher bounties. Taoist Yuan Qing's memory didn't have the details of the profound yellow roll, and Xiaohua only knew that he just got on the yellow roll. However, Xiaohua couldn't ask Fairy Jing anything. After sneering, he said, "When I return to the Black Wind Ridge and destroy the Copper Pillar Nation, my ranking will probably rise." Hee hee. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and laughed. If fellow Taoist Xiao destroys the Copper Pillar Nation, wouldn't the bounty be gone? Then how can fellow Taoists still be on the roll? Hee hee, that's true. Xiaohua came to a realization, looks like the Copper Pillar Nation is definitely going to be destroyed. Fairy Jing was a little puzzled and asked curiously, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao has such a deep grudge with the Copper Pillar Nation, why don't you just return to the Black Wind Ridge? With fellow Taoists' current cultivation, not to mention relying on Xiong Yi and the others, you should be able to restore the country by yourself, right?" It's very simple. Xiaohua had previously concealed something from Fairy Jing, but now he thought for a moment and said, "I'm not helping Jiang country alone. There's another person inside, and that's Xiao Jian. He is also the former king of the single Yang country that Xiao Jun and Jiji spoke of." As he spoke, Xiaohua briefly recounted the whole story of the matter, and then he sighed and said, "This Xiao has always felt that Xiao Jun was an ungrateful and shameless person. But all the way until now, this Xiao feels that. I seem to have been deceived by Xiao Jian. The heartless one should be Xiao Jian, and the loyal one should be Xiao Jun. For the truth of the matter, I have no choice but to go to the single Liang country and see for myself. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country is a pitiful person, and she is also Yuanya. The only thing in my heart, I can't help but be cautious. I can't let Xiao Jian ruin the establishment of Jiang country." There's such a strange thing? Xiaohua's story was not short, and Fairy Jing listened with relish. At this moment, she was rather envious. I really didn't think that there would be such a romantic encounter in this world. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. For the sake of the previous promise, for the sake of the Imperial Master's fortune, he actually participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting with such a profound cultivation. I truly admire him. Speaking up to here, Fairy Jing comforted Xiaohua. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to blame yourself. Although your cultivation far surpasses ours, you don't have the experience of establishing a country. It's normal for you to be deceived. Since fellow Taoist has the heart to investigate, you definitely know who Xiao Jian is. Of course, I feel that Xiao Jian was like this in the past, but after such a huge change, there might be some changes. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be too worried. Sigh, that might not be the case. Thinking of Xiao Jian's gamble that night, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. I only hope that I don't do anything wrong. What can a small first-grade cultivator do? Fairy Jing said coldly. He can't even be a pinky in front of Xiongyi. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. And this is also one of the reasons why I accepted Xiongyi as my disciple. Xiaohua said with a smile. Sigh. At this moment, Fairy Jing suddenly felt a bit melancholy. I actually want to see Yuanya and Diawu. I want to know what happened to them in the end. What's so hard about wanting to see them? Xiaohua didn't understand. When Fairy Jing follows me to the single Liang kingdom, we can return together. However, it won't be easy to see what happened in the end. Diawu seems to have some secrets and didn't admit to what happened when she was young. Who knows what happened in the end? It's actually very simple. Fairy Jing smiled faintly. Just like Yuanya, as long as he finds Diawu, he can stay by her side. But how would he know? His Diawu isn't called Diawu. His Diawu is a princess. His Diawu carries a heavy burden on her shoulders. We can't let him do as he wishes. Fairy Jing is right. However, isn't this too different from Fairy Jing going to the Black Wind Ridge? Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, I will follow you to the single Liang kingdom. After that, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to accompany me to a place. I wonder if it's convenient for fellow Taoist? Fairy Jing didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, she changed the topic. Xiaohua nodded without hesitation. Of course. Moreover, I have an agreement with the single Liang Kingdom's Shui Ping to go to a secret place with him. If Fairy Jing is willing, we can go together. Perhaps there will be some opportunities. As for whether I will go or not, let's wait until we reach that place. A strange smile appeared on Fairy Jing's face, causing Xiaohua to frown. All right. Xiaohua couldn't force anything and nodded in agreement. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know who's first on the profound ranking? Fairy Jing clearly didn't want Xiaohua to think too much and asked with a smile. Xiaohua smiled. Of course I know. Isn't it the Grand Mist Ancestor who just escaped recently? Fellow Taoist, do you know the interesting story of the Grand Mist Ancestor before he wreaked havoc in the Immortal Palace 20,000 years ago? Fairy Jing's lips curled up into a crescent moon as she asked Xiaohua with a smile. Xiaohua's eyes were like stars. He also smiled and said, what happened 20,000 years ago has already turned into dust, not to mention that it was done intentionally by Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. This Xiao naturally didn't know. How did Fairy Jing know? Chapter 3681. I naturally heard it from a senior who has a relationship with me, and it's true. If fellow Taoist wants to hear it, I can break it down for fellow Taoist. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this Xiao likes to listen to other people's stories the most. Fairy, quickly tell me. But, how improper. Fairy Jing's face was slightly red. After lightly spitting at Xiaohua, she lightly opened her red lips and spoke tirelessly. At this moment, the stars were shining, the crescent moon was like a hook, the distant mountains were faintly discernible, and the clothes were fluttering near the water. The sound of wind whistling entered his ears, the sound of pine trees rustling in his heart, and the fairy was softly telling stories of the past. In the night, Xiaohua was clearly somewhat intoxicated. In the past, Xiaohua didn't feel that the hidden immortal continent was very big, especially since each small country was only a few hundred to 1,000 li. It was much smaller than a city in the Dawn Rain continent. However, after coming to the Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai Conference, he realized that he was still wrong. Although the countries of the hidden immortal continent were small, there were many countries, and the entire continent might not be small. And under Fairy Jing's guidance, this time, he flew to the single Liang country. Even with the speed of a Pegasus, it actually took him half a month to fly. This made Xiaohua understand that the hidden immortal continent was also a huge monster, far from what he had thought before. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing the scenery in front of them change, the mountains began to gradually lower, the water began to surge, and small streams separated from the big river, turning the fertile land on the ground into pieces. Fairy Jing stood up and said, 300 li ahead should be the border of the single Liang country. Fairy Jing's divine sense can actually see 300 li ahead? Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, seems like you also have a cultivation secret technique. You know all of my remaining secrets. Fairy Jing said with a smile, it's not a secret technique, just a kind of talent. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. This Xiao has racked his brains to find secret techniques and treasures, but I can't compare to you. You're already so powerful from the start. Tisse. Fairy Jing curled her lips even more. Don't talk about cultivation. You're someone who has a chance to be on the Xian ranking. How can an ordinary person like me compare to you? Xiaohua smiled faintly and looked up. He saw that below him was a water village with little lakes all over. Paddy fields were either in the wilderness or on the hillside. Occasionally, there were terraced fields that Xiaohua was familiar with. It was as if ripples were spreading all over the foothills. In the mountains and on the terraced fields, there were villagers working. Under the shade of the trees, by the river, there were laughing children. In the ravines and on the lakes, there were small boats either casting nets or drifting. It was a picture of a land of plenty. There were also melodious songs that sounded like the cries of orioles coming from the boat from time to time. While they spread across the land, there was also a sonorous voice that sounded like a lion's roar coming from the shore. It resonated with the woman's voice, adding a bit of vitality to the beautiful scenery. Not bad. Fairy Jing was in the air and couldn't help but praise, Let's not talk about the monarch of the Chanyang country. Just the simple customs of the people and their rich lives are enough to make this concubine have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Jun. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Moreover, this place is so far away from the Yaotai mountain. As the monarch of a country, Xiao Jun is actually so far away from the capital. He's not afraid of chaos in the country. It's commendable that the monarch can do this. Do you still want to look deeper?" Fairy Jing asked with a smile. "There shouldn't be any need." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, "But since we're here and the scenery is so beautiful, why not stop for half a day?" Good. Fairy Jing was also happy. She pointed at the Pegasus and flying chariot and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, why don't fellow Taoist put away the Pegasus and flying chariot? We'll go in disguise." "As you wish." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. This was a good show that he was good at. However, after Xiao Hua put away the flying chariot, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a kind of surprise. Fairy Jing sensed it and hurriedly looked over. She saw a small mountain in the distance. The mountain was covered with terraced fields. The terraced fields were filled with water, shining brightly and somewhat dazzlingly. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. However, there were many people farming in the terraced fields. There was nothing strange about the hard-working situation. However, these people were all bald. Although they were wearing monk robes, the robes weren't very clean. Some were stained with mud and some were filthy. Many of the monks farming looked tired. Their monk robes were loose, and they were actually lying down under the shade of the trees to rest. How could they look like senior monks? It's a bit strange. Fairy Jing said with a smile, "The Buddhist disciples this concubine knows all hold alms bowls in their hands and go around begging alms. Each of them has a noble and virtuous face and looks like an otherworldly expert. Why are the monks here so vulgar and want to farm by themselves? I'll go down and take a look." Xiao Hua had a smile on his face, looking very interested. When the two descended from the sky, their appearances hadn't changed, but their clothes had been changed. Xiao Hua was wearing Confucian robes and holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like an elegant young master. Fairy Jing had changed into ordinary clothes. However, since she hadn't changed her appearance, her beauty was still far beyond that of ordinary people. The two walked along the road for a while, but all the people on the road, whether they were in a carriage or walking, couldn't help but look at Fairy Jing. Many people even drooled. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and transmitted, "Fairy Jing, why don't you change your appearance a bit? If you go and look like this, why would we need to descend from the sky?" Hee. Fairy Jing covered her mouth and laughed. She followed Xiao Hua into the nearby forest. When she appeared in the distance, her appearance had become ordinary. "That's more like it." Xiao Hua smiled and narrowed his eyes at the terraced fields in the distance. He quickly walked over and saw an old monk sitting on the ground resting. He walked forward and cupped his hands. "Amitba. Grandmaster, please." I don't dare." When the old monk heard Xiao Hua call him Grandmaster, he hurriedly got up from the ground and put his palms together. "This old man is just an ordinary monk. I don't deserve to be called Grandmaster. If young master doesn't mind, you can call this poor monk Chong Hong." "Oh, Master Chong Hong." When Xiao Hua heard the old monk's name, he knew that although the old monk wasn't young, his seniority was really low. He didn't hold back and called him Master. "Benefactor is too polite. Calling me old monk is enough." At this moment, the old monk seemed to realize that he should call this young master Benefactor. However, when he heard Xiao Hua call him Master, the old monk was very happy. His face was flushed red. Xiao Hua smiled. "Master Chong Hong is too stubborn. Whether it's a master or a monk, isn't Chong Hong a monk? What other changes can there be?" Xiao Hua's words were very Buddhist. If it was a senior monk, he would definitely secretly nod. Maybe he would have to salute again. Unfortunately, Chong Hong scratched his head and said with a smile, "Young Benefactor, this old man has just shaved his head half a year ago. My Buddhist Dharma, to tell you the truth, this old man really doesn't understand. If you have any business, you can go to Qinghui Temple on the mountain." "Oh, if young Benefactor doesn't know the way, This old man can take benefactor there. No need. Xiaohua said with a smile. I was just passing by and saw that the people were simple and honest. Especially an old monk like Master Chonghong, who was actually working in the fields. I was quite surprised, so I stopped to ask. This old man has been working in the fields all my life. If I don't work, what do I eat? Chonghong scratched his head and smiled. This old man doesn't know what's so strange about this. Come, come. Xiaohua pulled Chonghong and said with a smile, let's sit down and talk. I'm afraid you're tired, so there's no need to stand. Saying this, Xiaohua looked at the stone next to him and sat down. Where was the bearing of a nascent soul master? You're a good young master. Chonghong saw that Xiaohua's sitting posture was very familiar. He smiled and said to Fairy Jing behind Xiaohua, young miss is very lucky. This young master who doesn't put on airs must be a good person at home. He won't make young miss angry. Fairy Jing was much older than Chonghong. Hearing the old monk's words, her face flushed red. Her eyes couldn't help but fiercely glare at Xiaohua. She looked around and frowned. How could the ground next to the paddy field be clean? Fairy Jing couldn't sit down casually. Hee, young master is also a lucky person. After Chonghong praised Fairy Jing, he didn't forget to praise Xiaohua. Young miss is from a big family. You have good upbringing. Although you haven't been to the countryside, you're willing to stay by the side for young master. In the future, young master's family will definitely be very harmonious. Ha! Xiaohua laughed. He knew that the old monk was talking about the table. He cupped his hands and said, Old master, sit down. Let's chat casually. All right. The old monk Chonghong sat down and reached for something at his waist. Unfortunately, it was empty. He smacked his lips and said, Sigh, everything is good about being a monk. There's food and drink, and there's work to do. It's a pity that there are more rules. This old man has smoked tobacco for God knows how many years, and now I have to quit. Xiaohua said with a smile, Since you can't quit, then don't. Why make things difficult for yourself? That won't do. Old monk Chonghong hurriedly waved his hand. Since this old man entered Buddhism, I have to abide by the commandments of Buddhism. This old man can't lose face for my Buddhism. Then the old monk looked at Xiaohua with vigilance. Young master, are you testing this old man? Hee, monks should call themselves poor monks. Young master should also be called benefactor. Xiaohua replied with a smile. That's different. The old monk proudly waved his hand and said, That won't do. Just like a senior monk. Chapter 3682. The old monk proudly said, This old man's master said that the title is a mark. No matter what the title is, it's fine as long as others know it. Even if it's Buddha, this old man should praise Amitabha. It's normal for this old man to call him Buddha. At the very least, this old man doesn't open his mouth. It's not wrong for this old man to say it in his heart. But the precepts of Buddhism are that this old monk is fundamentally different from the old farmer. Only by abiding by these rules can this old man be a monk. Otherwise, this old man isn't a monk. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua couldn't help but recite the name of Buddha. He nodded and said, Old master is right. This young man is a bit stubborn. The old monk naturally couldn't hear the difference, but Fairy Jing was a bit stunned. She looked at Xiaohua strangely. She had never heard the name of Namo Maitreya Buddha before. Young master, what do you want to ask? The old monk regretfully raised his finger and sniffed deeply a few times. He lifted his hand and pulled out a few blades of grass from the ground. While speaking, he put the roots in front of his yellowed teeth and chewed. Strands of grass-green juice seeped out from the roots, emitting a wave of fragrance. Xiaohua looked at the old monk's somewhat familiar actions and said with a smile, This young man has been to many places and seen many monks. Those monks are different from old master. They wear clean monk robes and kasayas. They hold wooden fish and prayer beads. The most important thing is that they hold bags. They don't farm. They beg alms every day and ask people to give them alms. So when I saw old master, this young man felt very strange. Could it be that the monks of Dan Liang are different from other places? The old monk scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, you've stumped this old man." In the past, this old man had never seen any monks. Later, Qinghui Temple appeared in Centipede Ridge, and then there were monks in Qinghui Temple. Since the day this old man saw monks, monks have to farm. This old man has never seen a monk who doesn't work. This old man can't answer you. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Master Chonghong, it's fine if you don't know. In a while, this young man will pay a visit to Qinghui Temple's abbot and ask. Then can Master tell this young man why you didn't live a good life and insist on becoming a monk? Why are we having such peaceful days?" The old monk Chonghong blinked his eyes, looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little Gongzi, which eyes of yours saw that this old man was living a good life before? What's wrong with me becoming a monk?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's still my fault. I've always felt that monks who leave home in the temple are all lonely lamps and shadows. It's very boring. Chanting sutras every day is tiring, and there are so many rules and precepts. How can it compare to being outside the temple? That's what the young master and young lady think." The old monk Chonghong said with a smile, "Young master has a wife to warm his bed. Naturally, he doesn't need to become a monk. But I'm different." Fairy Jing couldn't help but blush and lower her head. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua was so interested in such a vulgar old farmer. Chonghong then explained the reason why he wanted to become a monk. The old monk's experience could be considered complicated. When he was young, he was considered a good laborer in the village. However, his family was poor and he couldn't find a wife. Later on, a woman from another country who fled to the Chaoyang country passed by and stayed in his home. However, later on, there was war at the border of the Chaoyang country. This area became the territory of another country. The people in the village were either killed or fled. The old monk's family was separated during the flight. When the old monk returned, everything had changed. In order to wait for his lost family, the old monk stayed in the village. His family didn't come, but time came. Although the old monk could farm and make a living, it wasn't easy to live alone. If he married again, he would be too old and wouldn't be easy to find. Helpless, the old monk found the Qinghui Temple in Centipede Ridge and donated his paddy field to the temple. He even shaved his head and became a monk. Every day, he ate and drank in the temple and farmed the temple's fields. His daily life was taken care of by the young monks of the temple. It was much better than before. Hearing Chonghong's words, Xiaohua frowned. It wasn't right to say that the Qinghui Temple took over the villagers' fields and turned it into their private property. After all, Chonghong volunteered. Moreover, Chonghong said very clearly that there were many other old monks who were in a similar situation. These old monks all volunteered to donate their fields to the temple. Chonghong and the other old monks were not able to grow all of these crops by themselves, but there were strong and healthy young monks in the temple. Usually, these old monks could not eat meat or fish, but they did not lack any other vegetables. They even had some silver and copper coins distributed to them. Not only that, there were monks in the Qinghui Temple urging Chonghong and the other old monks to chant sutras every day. Even if these old monks couldn't read, the monks would recite the sutras line by line and let these old monks chant along. The monks' usual homework was also necessary. Of course, the time for this homework might be much less than in ordinary temples. When Xiaohua heard the old monk Chonghong talk about Qinghui Temple, not only were there old monks like them, there were also some orphans who had been acolytes since they were young. Normally, the poor people around Centipede Ridge and those who had difficulties would come to Qinghui Temple to find a monk to solve their problems. Xiaohua couldn't help but turn to look at Fairy Jing and whisper, "The old are taken care of, the young are taught, the poor have support, the widows, lonely, and disabled are all taken care of?" Although Fairy Jing wasn't a Confucian cultivator, she was in charge of a country and had heard of this. She nodded slightly, "You're right. The state teacher of the single Liang country isn't simple." Yes, after hearing Master Chonghong's words, I have an urge to meet this Buddhist state teacher, Xiaohua said with a smile. He then asked old monk Chonghong, "Old master, do you know Xiao Jian?" "Xiao Jian?" The old monk was stunned and shook his head slightly. Which village is he from? Ha, Xiao Jian isn't a young man. He's the previous king of your single Liang country. Xiao Hua smiled and explained, do you know this person? So the person who gave birth to a son without a dick is called Xiao Jian. Chong Hong gnashed his teeth and shouted, of course I know this person. If this person didn't lose a cockfight, how could my village be seized by the neighboring country? If the neighboring country soldiers didn't come, how could my home be gone? So this damn son of a bitch is called Xiao Jian. He's really despicable. Damn it, I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, Master, you've broken too many rules today. Be careful not to anger Buddha. Even if Buddha is angry, I'll still scold him. When the old monk Chong Hong heard this, he was furious. My Dan Liang country used to be so good. When I was young, the whole village and the surrounding villages were very good. But because of this bastard who gave birth to a son without a dick, the villagers around Centipede Ridge were ruined. Sigh, if it wasn't for the monks of Qinghui Temple, I don't know what would happen now. Oh! Hearing that, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he suddenly asked, then Master, do you know who the king of Single Liang country is now? I don't care who it is. Chong Hong waved his hand angrily and said, they beat me and I beat you. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to live my life. Then there haven't been any wars in the past 10 years, right? Xiao Hua asked again. Of course not. Chong Hong smiled and said, with Buddha in my Single Liang country, how could there be wars? That makes sense. Xiao Hua smiled and stood up, saying, Master Chong Hong, do you have time to bring me to visit the abbot of Qinghui Temple? Of course. Chong Hong hurriedly stood up and raised his right hand habitually to knock on the stone below him. Unfortunately, he knocked on empty air this time. The old monk was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, sigh, it's a habit of many years. It's not easy to change. But Master said it well, as long as you have Buddha in your heart, all habits can be changed. Probably. Of course, it's also because of Buddha's blessings. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Let's go, young master, please follow me to Centipede Ridge. The abbot of Qinghui Temple likes knowledgeable people the most. I remember that many scholars came to the temple in the past. Although the old monk, Chong Hong, was not young, he walked as if he was flying. He walked very quickly on the mountain path, talking as he walked. Although Centipede Ridge was called a mountain, it should be called a ridge. It wasn't high, but the ridge was quite big and extended for a long time. It was like a centipede with many hillsides. In addition to the common trees on Centipede Ridge, there were also many fruit trees. These fruit trees formed a forest. Where there were no fruit trees, sometimes there were melon gardens, sometimes there were wheat fields, and occasionally there were rows of bean sprouts. There were also some monks in these places. Some were old, some were young, and some were guarded by bald novice monks. These monks, like Chong Hong, all had smiles on their faces. Perhaps they couldn't say Amitabha, or perhaps they didn't have clean monk robes, but when they saw Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing, they all put their palms together and smiled as they saluted, making Xiao Hua happy. Chong Hong. Not far away, there was an enormous temple that covered the entire mountain ridge. Large and small monks' residences were covered in green cypress trees. A somewhat rough voice came from the mountain path. Why didn't you work in the fields and come back? Are you hungry? Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. He saw a thin and small middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white monk robe. The robe looked extremely shabby, but the shabbiness of the monk's robe paled in comparison to the monk's distressed expression. Master? Chong Hong saw this person and immediately stopped. He put his palms together and said respectfully, Disciple was just working in the fields and happened to meet these two benefactors looking for Qinghui Temple. Disciple was afraid that they would find the wrong place, so I brought them here. Chapter 3683. You can go. When the middle-aged monk heard this, he said lightly. Then he took out a fist-sized fruit from a bamboo basket and handed it to Chong Hong. This is what this penniless monk picked up from the ground. Take it to fill your stomach first. It's still early, so bear with it if you're hungry. Thank you, master. Chong Hong spoke respectfully. After receiving the fruit and bowing, he smiled at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing before turning around and leaving. This poor monk Jian Dong greets the two benefactors. Jian Dong's tone began to sound like that of an ordinary monk. Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing cupped their hands casually as a greeting. Xiao Hua looked at the bamboo basket in Jian Dong's hand and smiled. What is master doing? Aren't you chanting in the temple? Why are you strolling around with a bamboo basket in your hand? Fairy Jing was a bit confused. Xiao Hua had clearly asked Chong Hong this question. She didn't know why he would ask again for no reason. Jian Dong put his palms together and said in a low voice, Amitabha. If this poor monk has Buddha in his heart, then no matter when or where, his heart will worship Buddha. If this poor monk doesn't have Buddha in his heart, then even if he sits in the temple with a scroll in his hand and a wooden fish in front of him, the golden Buddha sitting in the hall of great strength would still ignore this poor monk. And what you say makes sense. Xiao Hua didn't comment and said, Actually, you can send the strong men of the temple for the things in your hands. You don't have to come in person. Jian Dong's expression didn't change. He gestured for Xiao Hua to follow him while answering in a low voice. Other than the golden Buddha, everything else in Qinghui Temple is idle. This poor monk is a young monk, so I came. Seeing that Jian Dong's answer was very good, Xiao Hua's originally satisfied heart became even less picky. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions. He only pointed at the surrounding fruit trees and melon fields and asked some questions. His tone was no different from that of a farmer in the countryside. At first, when Jian Dong saw Xiao Hua asking about the temple, he felt somewhat disgusted. But then he listened to Xiao Hua's words, which were related to the livelihood of farming and mulberry trees, and had the intention of asking for guidance. He thought Xiao Hua was a young official who happened to pass by today to collect materials, so he answered with great care, not hiding anything from him. Before arriving at the gate of Qinghui Temple, Xiao Hua had already asked about the temple's affairs. As expected, the Chanyang state had given Qinghui Ridge to Qinghui Temple as a property. However, Qinghui Temple didn't encircle the ridge like the other temples. Instead, they divided the ridge into different areas and planted different things according to the soil and water. They even cultivated the land of Centipede Ridge together with the land under the ridge, regardless of whether the land belonged to Qinghui Temple or not. What was special about Centipede Ridge was that other than being used by the temple, it was also given to the surrounding villagers. Even the child beggars who had fled to this place were given to them. To put it bluntly, Qinghui Temple was like some kind-hearted rich people in the countryside. However, Qinghui Temple was different from these rich people. Qinghui Temple didn't accumulate money at all. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. The Buddhist doctrine of Buddhism was profound and taught all living things to be good. However, there was one thing that was hard for people to accept. The monks in the temple always considered themselves to be monks. They didn't produce anything themselves and only wanted people to worship them. They called it giving alms and soliciting alms. Of course, giving alms and soliciting alms were something monks should have. This showed that monks didn't have the foundation to establish themselves and could only rely on the help of people to live. However, most of the monks were eminent monks who gave alms. Most of them still had humanity. In the end, the temple had a lot of land and the monks lived a very rich life. They still had to rely on people who had difficulties to worship them. People had their own eyes, so who would believe in the temple? Who would worship monks? As time passed, the Buddhist sect began to appear hypocritical. I've learned something. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, if all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a longevity town in the hidden immortal continent? Monk Jian Dong didn't seem to know what longevity town Xiao Hua was talking about. He only smiled and said, young benefactor, I'm afraid you came from another country and aren't a citizen of my country. In my country, all the temples are like this. Really? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Jian Dong didn't answer Xiao Hua's words. He looked at the stairs in front of him and then looked at Fairy Jing behind him. He bowed and said, Amitabha, female benefactor, my Qinghui Temple doesn't allow women to set foot in. Female benefactor, please serve tea outside. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with slight anger. How could she put this secular temple in her eyes? However, Xiaohua's smile and warm words calmed her down. You wait here first. I'll come out immediately after I visit the temple's abbot. Xiaohua didn't say fairy or fellow Taoist, but it sounded warm, as if there was a kind of indescribable intimacy contained within. Fairy Jing agreed in a low voice. She turned her head and walked towards the mountain plum trees in front of the mountain gate. Benefactor, please? Jian Dong raised his hand and gestured. He took the lead and walked up the stairs to the mountain gate. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense, but he had already seen the exterior of Qinghui Temple on the way. This was a regular temple. It looked very big, but the buildings inside were simple. There was a main hall, a meditation room, and there seemed to be a forest of pagodas behind. Moreover, these buildings didn't look very new and were somewhat old. In particular, some places had a lot of moss because of the year-round rain collection. Although the mountain gate and stairs in front of Xiaohua were very clean and tidy, they were also somewhat shabby. They weren't even as bright as the mountain gate of Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple. Xiaohua followed Jian Dong up the stairs and stepped through the mountain gate. What greeted him was a main hall and square. There was an incense burner in the square and incense in the main hall. However, there were sparse villagers kowtowing and offering incense. There were several young novice monks accompanying them. The incense burner didn't seem very vigorous. Chongshi. Jian Dong walked in and took a look. He called out to a young novice monk who was standing in front of the incense burner. Master. The young novice monk carefully placed the incense stick in his hand on the incense burner and hurriedly ran over. He put his palms together and bowed respectfully to Xiaohua. Greetings, benefactor. Take this benefactor to see the abbot. Master will go to the kitchen. Jian Dong instructed the young novice monk. He then said to Xiaohua, this poor monk will deliver tea to the benefactor. Thank you for your trouble, master. Xiaohua nodded. Soon after, under the guidance of the little monk, Xiaohua walked through the main hall and went all the way inside. In the end, he actually passed through the meditation room and came to a pine forest. He saw a slightly withered old monk wearing a shabby kasaya sitting on a mountain rock. He was holding a shiny prayer bead in his hand and his mouth was slightly moving as he chanted. Martial ancestor. The young novice monk didn't dare to approach. He stood still from afar and bowed. A benefactor came to pay a visit. This disciple has brought him here. Who would have thought that the old monk didn't pay any attention to him? He only closed his eyes and slightly moved his hands. He was chanting scriptures word by word. Benefactor? The young novice monk turned his head and said apologetically, Martial ancestor is like this. If you want to wait, you can wait here for a moment. If you feel impatient, please turn back. This little monk still has some matters to attend to and can't accompany benefactor here. After he finished speaking, the young novice monk respectfully bowed and slowly walked away. Looking at his appearance, he was already used to this kind of situation. Moreover, his attitude was definitely not disrespectful. Xiaohua didn't mind that the group of monks had left him hanging. He faintly smiled and quietly stood there, listening to the old monk chanting scriptures. The old monk's voice was extremely soft and even somewhat vague. However, Xiaohua heard it clearly. It was the Vimalaka Sutra. The Vimalaka Sutra wasn't a scripture that ordinary monks often chanted. The things inside were rather obscure. Even Buddha's Sarira Bodhi had read it before, but he didn't understand it too well. When he heard the scriptures, Xiaohua felt somewhat disdainful at first. However, after a moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He then slightly closed his eyes and quietly listened. The old monk's chanting voice was like a gurgling stream flowing through the pines and into Xiaohua's ears. After a full 4 hours, the sky was already dark, but the old monk still didn't stop. Monk Jiandong also came twice. When he saw Xiaohua quietly standing there, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing took out a praying mat from her Qiankuan bag and sat down. She didn't cultivate and only silently recited Xiaohua's teachings. As for Monk Jiandong's tea, she didn't even touch it. The sky was already dark. Naturally, The monks who were working at the foot of the mountain returned. The group of monks was very well behaved. Their footsteps weren't loud and they didn't make any noise. When they saw Fairy Jing, who still had an outstanding appearance, they didn't dare to look at her too much and carefully entered the temple. Old monk Chong Hong was naturally among them. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything and followed the others into the temple. Not long after, the sound of chanting came from inside the temple. Then, the bell rang and waves of the fragrance of vegetarian food came from inside the temple. In the twilight, Jian Dong came back with a basket and some food to invite Fairy Jing to eat. Fairy Jing slightly opened her eyes and looked at him. She only said 3 words, "No need." Then she ignored Jian Dong. Jian Dong was helpless and could only put the basket next to Fairy Jing. Then, the young monk called Chong Shi stood guard at the side. "This Xiaohua is a bit strange." Fairy Jing was comprehending the mysteries of Xiaohua's teachings while also being puzzled. "It's just a temple, what's so good about it? Could it be that there's a hidden Buddhist expert?" When she thought of a Buddhist expert, Fairy Jing's eyes suddenly opened. Xiaohua had already said that he was proficient in Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. Fairy Jing had seen Xiaohua's Taoist abilities and Confucian abilities, but she had never seen Xiaohua's Buddhist abilities. Could it be that Xiaohua really met a Buddhist expert in the temple? Fairy Jing originally wanted to release her divine sense, but she hesitated. She didn't know if her divine sense would disturb Xiaohua. Forget it, so be it. Fairy Jing closed her eyes again. Sometimes, waiting is also beautiful. How long can this beauty last? Chapter 3684. The night had passed and dawn was coming. Thick clouds covered the entire Centipede Ridge, and the land fell into darkness again. Kacha! Thunder rumbled in the distance, sounding very heavy in the night. Thunder? The young novice monk, who had been sleeping soundly beside Fairy Jing, was immediately awakened by the thunder. He looked around in fright, almost forgetting that he had fallen asleep outside the temple last night. "Benefactress, quickly go down the mountain and take shelter from the rain." The young novice monk naturally couldn't see how many clouds there were in the sky, but he reminded Fairy Jing based on his intuition. Fairy Jing ignored him, still sitting there without saying a word. The young novice monk didn't dare to tarry and rushed into the temple. Before long, Jian Dong hurried out with several monks, each holding a bamboo pole, an oilcloth, and other things. The monks seemed very familiar with what to do, and quickly set up a tent to protect Fairy Jing. Seeing the strong wind, the oilcloth was blown a bit askew, but the foundation was very solid, so there was no need to worry about it being blown away. Jian Dong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing that Fairy Jing didn't say anything, he shut up. The young novice monk first stood in the tent for a while, seemingly wanting to accompany Fairy Jing. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for him to start trembling in fear. Fairy Jing gave a rare smile and said to him, "You can go back. I'm fine here." Chong Shi gritted his teeth. "Benefactress is a guest of Qinghui Temple. Although I can't let you take shelter in the temple, but..." While he was speaking, the rain had already started falling, smashing on the ground and the oilcloth. It was very fierce. The young novice monk shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything, and naturally leaned toward Fairy Jing. Although he was a young novice monk, Fairy Jing still wasn't used to it. She frowned slightly and blocked the young novice monk's approach. However, after a while, although it was raining heavily outside the tent, there wasn't a trace of coldness inside. Not only did the rain not fall in, but the wind also couldn't blow in. Outside the temple, there was such a heavy storm. Inside the temple, under the pine forest, it was the same. Moreover, the pine forest was like a wave amidst the strong wind. Strange sounds rang out one after another, as if there were many demons and ghosts dancing in the surroundings. Streams of rain poured down like a downpour. Clouds gushed out from Xiaohua's body, blocking everything outside his body. However, the old monk's body did not have any protection. He allowed the strong wind to blow his monk robes away, and allowed the raindrops to hit his body. Amidst the sound of wind and rain, the chanting of sutras continued. Xiaohua had the intention to investigate. His gaze fell on the old monk's body. The wind and rain fell on his body, but the old monk didn't seem to feel it at all. It was as if this was the sunlight, as if this was the air. He didn't need to pay attention to it at all. All the old monk did was to rotate the prayer beads and recite the sutra. The heavy rain wreaked havoc for more than half a day, and it only cleared up at dusk. The entire sky was bright, and an enormous rainbow streaked across the sky, leaving behind a brilliant and extraordinary splendor. Benefactor? Is there something you need? The chanting old monk finally opened his mouth after reciting the last few words. His voice was a bit shaky, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. In this world, other than the world-venerated one, where else could there be? Xiaohua indifferently replied. Oh. When the old monk heard this, he opened his eyes. His gaze was rather deep, and the wrinkles on his forehead also accumulated. Xiaohua understood. If it wasn't for the heavy rain, perhaps there would still be dust and stains between the old monk's wrinkles. This poor monk, Shinku, greets fellow immortal. The old monk did not get up. He put his palms together and said, "This one is Xiaohua." Xiaohua cupped his hands in return and said, "This one greets Zen Master Shinku." Fellow immortal, you must be an expert Confucian cultivator. I wonder what advice you have for coming to my Qinghui temple? Shinku looked at the clouds around Xiaohua's body and asked indifferently. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said, "On my way here, this one saw your temple's monks farming at the foot of Centipede Mountain Ridge. I also saw the peace of the villagers near Centipede Mountain Ridge. It was different from what this one had seen before. Therefore, I was curious and came to pay you a visit. If that's the case, fellow immortal may leave." Shinku replied, treating his words like gold. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a while, then said, "This one wants to give some food to Qinghui Temple. Is that possible? If fellow immortal has the heart, you can go to the main hall. There's no need to look for this poor monk. Then, what if this one wants to discuss Buddhism with Zen Master?" Xiaohua asked with interest. Since when did Confucian cultivators talk about Buddhism? Shinku raised his eyebrows. However, he said with a bitter expression, "However, fellow immortal is wrong. Buddhism is only in the heart. Even I, the Buddha, can only smile. If I were to preach it, would it still be a true scripture? Forget it, forget it. I won't discuss Buddhism with great monk. Which sect are you from?" Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha in the past. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Maitreya Buddha in the present. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Shakyamuni Buddha in the future. How can there still be any sects in this world? Hearing this, Xiaohua's nose almost went crooked from anger. This old monk's question was not answered. It was a common method of Buddhism. However, in the end, Xiaohua still couldn't figure out this old monk's background. "Old monk, you're no fun at all." Xiaohua coldly said, "Buddhism pays particular attention to opening the door of convenience. Although this one is a Confucian cultivator, this one also understands Buddhist principles and wants to discuss with Grandmaster. You look like you're rejecting this one at the door, so how can you talk about merit? What cultivation are you talking about? Cultivation is cultivation. Merit is also merit. The two can't be mixed up." Shinku seemed to feel that he had gone too far. His tone softened. "My Buddha talks about fate. If benefactor is fated with my Buddha, this poor monk doesn't need to say anything more. Benefactor will naturally enter my Buddhism. If benefactor isn't fated with my Buddha, what can this poor monk do even if this poor monk is eloquent? Then why is this monk sitting as the abbot of Qinghui Temple? Why are there so many benevolent fields around Centipede Ridge? Isn't this merit to attract the villagers to Buddhism? Isn't it to let the light of Buddha shine on the single Liang kingdom? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. This poor monk doesn't want any merit. The light of Buddha doesn't need eyes merit to shine on the single Liang kingdom." Shinku replied faintly, "This poor monk only knows that cultivation is life. Every action and word is cultivation. Since this poor monk can't get rid of this stinky body, this poor monk can only cultivate day and night. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but Shen Ku continued, "Benefactor, I'm afraid you have the same idea as ordinary people. As long as one cultivates, one must break away from worldly affairs. You don't know that everywhere in this world is a sea of bitterness. Even if you hide in a meditation room, it's impossible to be peaceful. Instead, why not go deep into the sea of bitterness to cultivate? Benefactor, you just mentioned merit. Saving one person is merit. Saving 10 people is also merit. It doesn't have to be saving others in times of danger to be merit. The monks of Qinghui Temple, and even the monks of other single Liang Kingdom, although they lack the time to chant sutras and meditate, they are also cultivating while working. Moreover, the monks of my single Liang Kingdom don't let the people of the world suffer and accumulate merit. Who can say that this isn't merit?" "Ah, old monk, you're right." Xiaohua laughed. "Saving people from suffering is a small merit. Teaching people to get out of suffering is a great merit. There's no need to teach Buddhist principles. As long as you teach kindness, Buddha's light will shine." This Xiao is more and more interested in the state preceptor of the single Liang Kingdom. "Goodbye." After saying that, Xiaohua cupped his hands at Shinku. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he rushed into the sky. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing saw Xiaohua come out. She also turned into a rainbow and chased after him. In a moment, the two figures disappeared. Shen Ku raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Then he closed his eyes and was about to chant sutras. But at this moment he thought of something and said loudly, "Xing Zhu, which disciple brought this benefactor here? This seat has something to ask." Xiaohua flew into the sky with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing saw him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to have gained a lot from this trip." "Yes, indeed." Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect of the single Liang Kingdom is different from what this Xiao knows. Although Qinghui Temple is the smallest temple in the single Liang Kingdom, everything it does is magnanimous. The abbot of the temple is also different from ordinary monks. He's indeed a cultivator. Hee, I've never seen fellow Taoists speak so highly of a monk. Fairy Jing agreed. It seems that Xiao Jun is indeed a wise ruler. Whether Xiao Jun is a wise ruler or not, I don't know for now. But the Buddhist disciple supporting Xiao Jun is an expert. This Xiao is very interested in this Buddhist disciple of an unknown sect. Oh? With fellow Taoist Zhao's Buddhist sect cultivation, you can't tell what sect it is? Fairy Jing pretended to be surprised. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "This Xiao is just a dabbler. My Buddhist sect cultivation is for Taoist Yuanqing to hear. How much can I know? But this Xiao also knows some secrets of the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, this knowledge is not enough to see the origin of the Qinghui Temple's abbot. Isn't that simple? This place is only a few hundred miles away from the capital of the single Liang Kingdom. We'll arrive in a moment. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to visit the state preceptor. Why wouldn't he tell you?" Fairy Jing said with disdain. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Don't be anxious. This Xiao still wants to see. I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions." Fairy Jing nodded her head in a virtuous manner. She didn't feel any annoyance beside Xiaohua. She seemed to want this road to be further and further, or even to have no end. After flying for a while, they arrived at another place. Some monks were farming, but there were no mountains here. Instead, there were many lakes. An exquisite temple was built between the lakes and mountains. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to descend from the cloud. What Xiaohua didn't know was that not long after he landed, a Buddhist light flew out from the Qinghui Temple of the Taowu mountain range. It quickly flew over his head in the direction of the capital of the single Liang Kingdom. 2 days later, Xiaohua once again flew out of the small temple with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing simply used the auspicious cloud technique to follow behind him. When they encountered another temple, Xiaohua didn't stop but directly flew past it. It seemed that he was satisfied with what he saw in the two temples. Chapter 3685. Fellow Taoist, are you not going to go down and take a look? Fairy Jing asked with a smile, clearly trying to find something to talk about. Xiao Hua replied, "Since I already know, I naturally don't need to go down." "Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that Xiao Jun arranged this beforehand?" Fairy Jing reminded Xiao Hua. "If the ruler of a country can arrange farming to such an extent, he must be a wise ruler." Xiao Hua smiled. "Fairy Jing, you might not understand farming and don't understand that farming is not easy to fake." "Indeed." Fairy Jing also sighed. "Although I am in charge of a country, most of the country's affairs are handled by the ruler. I only deal with the provocations of Confucian cultivators and my own cultivation." Speaking of which, I finally understand why Xiao Jun wants to go to Yaotai Mountain. And I already know. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Although these Buddhist disciples cultivate, not many of them cultivate Buddhist protective divine abilities. This way, it will be difficult for the Chanyang country to resist the provocations of the nearby Confucian cultivator country. That's right. Nothing in the world is perfect. Advantages always come with disadvantages. Xiao Hua sighed. The Chanyang country's state teachers' actions have made the people rich, but the country isn't strong. Since the country isn't strong, it's hard to protect the happiness of the people. Xiao Jun probably saw this and went to Yaotai Mountain after traveling thousands of miles. No matter what, he's still better than that Xiao Jian who tricked you. Fairy Jing sneered. Then she was suddenly stunned. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, "What's wrong? So many monks. What are they doing?" Xiao Hua had already noticed and smiled. Who knows? Maybe there's a Dharma discussion somewhere and these monks are joining together? They seem to be coming for fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Jing blinked her eyes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao defeated 2 abbots in 2 temples and they're coming for revenge? Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and thoughtfully looked into the distance. His figure slowly slowed down. A few miles ahead of him, there were about a dozen monks sitting cross-legged in the air. Each monk was holding a wooden fish in their hands. As they knocked on the fish, they chanted sutras. They were blocking Xiao Hua's path to the Danliang kingdom. These dozen or so monks were naturally nothing. What surprised Xiao Hua was that below the dozen or so monks, in the mountain range, there were more than 100 monks sitting cross-legged. These monks didn't seem to have any Buddhist divine abilities and couldn't fly, but they also held wooden fish in their hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures like the monks in the air. I'm not familiar with Buddhist etiquette, so I don't know what this means. Could it be that it's welcoming us? Looking at the strange scene, Fairy Jing said curiously, "Of course, it could also be that Xiao Jun sent a message back to the Chanyang kingdom, and the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor sent someone to rely on. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first." Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat cold. He said while flying forward. Actually, Xiao Hua was also at a loss. If this was really Xiao Jun's message, then the previous farming matters might really have been arranged by the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor. "You lot are blocking this old man's path. What do you want?" Xiao Hua flew forward and scanned with his divine sense. He knew that these monks were only at the 1st or 2nd grade of origin energy. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and asked indifferently. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, a monk flew out and bowed. "Amitba, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Confucian Senior, please turn back. My Chanyang kingdom doesn't have the person Senior is looking for." Do you know who this old man is looking for? This poor monk doesn't know. The monk's expression didn't change. Although my Chanyang kingdom was founded by a Buddhist sect, the imperial preceptor doesn't care about the matters of immortals and Buddhas. He only wants the citizens of the Chanyang kingdom to live a peaceful life. Therefore, I ask Senior to return to where you came from. Can you block this old man's path? Xiao Hua sneered. Do you have the qualifications to give this old man orders? This poor monk doesn't dare. After the monk finished speaking, he returned to his original position and sat down cross-legged. He lowered his head and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. The clouds around him surged as he charged towards the monks. His powerful aura pushed the monks away before he could get close. Although the monks weren't thrown off their feet, they still opened up a path for Xiao Hua to calmly fly through. These monks are very strange. Fairy Jing flew over and turned to look at the monks. They weren't discouraged and didn't have any anger on their faces. They adjusted their formation and slowly flew behind Xiaohua and Fairy Jing. They were still knocking on the wooden fish and chanting Buddhist scriptures. On the ground, although the monks couldn't catch up to the monks in the sky, they were still slowly moving forward. What are these monks doing? Xiaohua was a bit angry because when he scanned with his divine sense, there were monks blocking the sky every few dozen li. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xiaohua enter the capital of the Chanyang kingdom. Moreover, these monks had low cultivation. They didn't even spare Fairy Jing a glance, let alone Xiaohua. This concubine doesn't know either. Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. It seems that the capital of the Chanyang kingdom has some unspeakable secret that they don't want fellow Taoist Xiao to see. Humph, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to Qinghui Temple. I would have killed my way to the capital, Xiaohua said regretfully. Fairy Jing comforted him instead. Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. If you went there directly, I'm afraid you would have seen everything. Now that fellow Taoist is pressuring them step by step, they're giving themselves away. If I think about it carefully, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Apart from Xiao Jun and Gigi, who else knows that the two of us came to the Chanyang kingdom? If they didn't send a message or even rush back to the Chanyang kingdom, how could these Buddhist monks stop me? Fellow Taoist, you've stayed in these two temples for a while. We can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message. Fairy Jing flew slowly with Xiaohua while thinking. Of course, it's also possible that they sent a message. Xiaohua nodded. But I didn't reveal any Taoist abilities. I'm only dressed like a Confucian cultivator. How could these monks know that I'm Xiao? Besides, they're only the smallest temple in the Chanyang kingdom. How could they know the secrets of the Chanyang kingdom? Yes, fellow Taoist words are reasonable. Xiao Jun must have sent a message back. Fairy Jing thought for a while. There didn't seem to be too many possibilities, so she could only agree. Also, Xiaohua looked at the monk blocking his way and said thoughtfully, there's also the possibility that it's a misunderstanding. Let this Xiao go and ask. With that, Xiaohua urged his cloud to fly in front of the monk. Sure enough, when the monk saw Xiaohua flying over, he immediately flew out and said in a somewhat silly voice, we Buddhist disciples only want to accumulate merit in the Chanyang kingdom. We don't want to get involved in a battle between immortals and Buddhas. Senior, please turn back. There's nothing in front of us that Senior wants. Yes, let me ask you. What is it that I'm looking for? Who is it that I'm looking for? Xiaohua said indifferently. Who ordered you to come here? Has Xiao Jun already returned? This poor monk doesn't know what Senior is talking about. The monk wasn't angry. He put his palms together and said, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late. Xiaohua was a bit angry and said sternly, fine, this old man will only ask you one thing. Has Xiao Jun already returned to the Chanyang kingdom? If the Xiao Jun you're talking about is the king of my Chanyang kingdom, then this poor monk can tell Senior where the king is if not in the dragon court. The monk said indifferently, however, although Senior is a Confucian expert, my Chanyang kingdom is a Buddhist country. There's Buddhist light shining in the kingdom. Senior, go. Not waiting for the monk to finish speaking, Xiaohua sneered, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true qi rushed out, causing the monk to tumble down, and said, this old man wants to find someone. Actually, you juniors can stop me. Call Xiao Jun out for this old man. Senior, please turn back. Please turn back. When a monk fell down, dozens of monks stood up. The monks behind the monk immediately knocked on the wooden fish and chanted something as though they were chanting scriptures. Each of them even used Buddhist divine arts. Xiaohua was quite noisy when he heard it. It was like a swarm of flies were flying around his ears. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to fling it out. However, after thinking about it, he didn't want to waste time with these little monks. He activated the clouds around him and rushed over again. Just like before, he flew away easily. Hee. It was rare for Fairy Jing to see Xiaohua so impatient. She pursed her lips and chased after him. Where is Xiao Jun? Not long after, another group of monks appeared. Their cultivation had clearly increased. Xiaohua didn't say anything and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and tell him to come see me." Amitba. The unknown monk put his palms together and said, "Senior, please turn back. My family's grandmaster said that the person Senior is looking for is not in the Chanyang kingdom. Senior, please don't go any further." Without waiting for the monk to finish, Xiaohua flew over the monk's head. The monk could only lead the group of monks to chase after him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please calm down." Fairy Jing knew that Xiaohua was deceived by Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun again and again. She was really angry. She hurriedly whispered, "Perhaps there really is a misunderstanding." And indeed, I asked where Xiao Jun was, but they said the person I was looking for wasn't here. This person and Xiao Jun might not be the same person. Although Xiaohua was angry, he didn't lose his head. He nodded and said, "Actually, if they weren't both surnamed Xiao, I wouldn't have bothered with them." "Hee hee, and you say you're not angry?" Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua say, and chuckled. "All right, there are more monks blocking the way. I'll ask them carefully." Xiaohua's face was a bit red. The matter between Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian was after all the master of the Chanyang kingdom. Everyone knew that even an upright official couldn't resolve family matters. It was normal that Xiaohua couldn't tell. In front of Xiaohua was a short and shriveled old monk. He didn't look young. Xiaohua stood in the air and cupped his hands. "Venerable, please." "Amitba, Senior, please return." The old monk didn't beat around the bush with Xiaohua. He put his palms together and went straight to the point. Chapter 3686. Xiaohua's body swayed in the air. Fortunately, Xiaohua's personality was good. If it was someone else, they would have already attacked. Xiaohua took a deep breath and asked, "I know you don't want me to go to the Chanyang kingdom because the person I'm looking for isn't there. But the problem is this person Xiao Jun? I'm only looking for Xiao Jun to ask him some questions. I don't want his life. What are you afraid of? Besides, I've already seen Xiao Jun on Yaodai Mountain. Even if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have attacked him there. Why must I chase him all the way to the Chanyang kingdom? Or, who do you think I'm looking for?" "Amitba, I don't know." The old monk said he didn't know anything. "Senior, please turn back." Then, Xiaohua took another breath and asked, "Is Xiao Jun in the Chanyang kingdom?" "I don't know." The old monk answered again. "Senior, please turn back." Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green light shot out. It instantly approached the old monk's forehead. It was a flying sword light that touched the old monk's withered skin. Unfortunately, the old monk didn't even blink. He said in a low voice, "Amitba, I know I'm not Senior's match. If Senior wants to kill me, then do as you wish. Buddha is merciful. I'll let Senior do as you wish." "You're crazy. Why would I kill someone for no reason?" Xiaohua was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He snorted and ignored the old monk. His figure rushed into the air and flew away. Seeing Fairy Jing chase after him, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This Buddhist disciple is good at everything, but he's stubborn. He knows he's not my match, but he still wants to stop me. "Oh, right," he asked but didn't answer. Even now, I don't know why they're doing this. Or maybe they don't know at all. Fairy Jing said with a smile. "Things are getting more and more interesting. I feel that it's the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor who has nothing to do with Xiao Jun. That's right. The problem is that the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor stopped me because he didn't want me to find someone. This person? I really can't think of anyone." That's right, Xiaohua wasn't from the hidden immortal continent. He didn't know many people and didn't know many things. Although there were a lot of books about the hidden immortal continent in the space, Xiaohua didn't have the heart to look at those things that weren't useful for cultivation after he obtained the Confucian scroll from the Copper Pillar State Academy. Therefore, he didn't even know about the mysterious yellow list, which was something that Taoist cultivators should know about. Fairy Jing hesitantly said, "Actually, this imperial teacher is trying to hide something." He's definitely trying to hide 300 taels of silver here." Xiaohua sneered, "What kind of state teacher can this kind of person be?" This time, even if this Xiao doesn't dare to be interested in their so-called secrets, then I can congratulate them now. They have successfully piqued my interest. Fairy Jing, are you interested in accompanying me to take a look? Fairy Jing's words had a double meaning. You're the one with the greatest responsibility in the world, and I'm the one accompanying you. All right, Xiaohua said with a smile, we won't waste time with these little monks. Let's go directly to the capital city. It was extremely simple for two cultivators of 4th or 5th grade essence force to break away from these monks. Fairy Jing didn't use any divine ability. The auspicious cloud under Xiaohua's body grew several times larger. He brought Fairy Jing past the group of monks and arrived at the capital city of the Danliang state in just an hour. Naturally, when they were still very far away from the capital city, several faint Buddhist senses swept out from the capital city. However, these Buddhist senses were very indifferent. After discovering Xiaohua and Fairy Jing, they didn't stop and immediately returned, as if they were just checking whether they had arrived or not. Xiaohua sensed the Buddhist senses and immediately determined the cultivation of the owner of the Buddhist senses. He coldly said, "Oof, you're just a little monk of 4th grade essence force. You actually dare to block this old man's path." Fairy Jing was now very familiar with Xiaohua. She said self-deprecatingly, "AI, that's right. I'm only at 4th grade essence force. This cultivation is really too difficult." Hee. Fairy Jing will definitely be able to divide your attention in the future. Oh, you'll definitely be able to astral projection. Right now, you're just accumulating, Xiaohua said with a smile. Astral projection? Astral projection. I'm both looking forward to it and afraid. Fairy Jing's face revealed an indescribable expression. Let's just leave it to fate. Oh? Xiaohua naturally knew the difficulty of advancing to 5th grade essence force. However, he still pretended to be curious and asked. However, before Fairy Jing could answer, two figures flew out from the direction of the Danliang state's capital city. They stepped on a thin layer of Buddhist light and flew in front of Xiaohua and Fairy Jing. And they're finally out, Xiaohua muttered. His figures stopped in midair. Fairy Jing also urged her auspicious cloud to fly a distance away. This poor monk Jingyi greets fellow immortal Xiao. The monk in front was thin and tall. He wore a shabby monk's robe. His exposed hands and arms were extremely thin. He was simply skin and bones without a trace of flesh. Looking at his head, it was also like a skeleton. There were many wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a knife. Hearing this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Fellow immortal Xiao? It seems like Great Master Jingyi already knows this Xiao's name. I presume you also know this Xiao's intentions?" A monk at the side coldly snorted. He waved the shabby monk staff in his hand. "We have already let so many disciples block you. We don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Since someone wants to force us to our deaths, then don't blame this poor monk for being impolite." "Shut your mouth." Although Jingyi was angry, his tone was still indifferent. "You are a Buddhist disciple. How can you be so competitive like ordinary people? It is also fate that fellow immortal Xiao came to my Danliang state. I'm afraid this is Buddha's test for us." After speaking, Jingyi turned to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, the person you are looking for is really not in the Danliang state. Please return." Xiaohua smiled and asked with interest, "Let's not talk about who this Xiao is looking for. This Xiao wants to ask you. Monks don't lie. Are you speaking the truth?" Jingyi indifferently replied, "That's right. This poor monk is not lying. I will not deceive fellow immortal. Since the person this Xiao is looking for is not in the Danliang state, you can just let this Xiao come to the capital city. Why block this Xiao on the way?" Xiaohua asked directly. "My Danliang state does not want to get involved in disputes." Jingyi replied, "If fellow immortal Xiao comes to the Danliang state, there will be chaos in the future. Therefore, this poor monk does not want fellow immortal to come." "Then the person you were talking about, who is it?" Xiaohua stared at Jingyi and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jingyi slightly shook his head. "Fellow immortal knows. Why do you need this poor monk to speak? I presume Great Master knows about soul-searching techniques? Xiao Hua raised his hand and threatened, this Xiao only needs to press this finger on Great Master's forehead. This Xiao knows what Great Master is thinking. Fellow immortal can try. Jingyi was not afraid at all. His gaze did not shrink. Xiao Hua looked at Jingyi's dirty clothes and thoughtfully asked, Great Master Jingyi is from the Duda lineage, right? You clearly know, yet you still ask? Jingyi could not bear it anymore and angrily said, Who doesn't know what you are planning? Xiao Hua ignored Jingyi and said again, In fact, before I saw Great Master, I didn't think of it. Even in Qinghui Temple, that little monk Shen Ku didn't say anything. However, since he didn't say which sect he belonged to, then, he should belong to the Duda's branch. Do you think this Xiao is right? That's right. Fellow immortals' eyes are like torches. This poor monk is indeed Ku Duda. The word, Ku, completely explained Duda's cultivation. Xiao Hua said, although Buddhism does not advocate Ku Duda's arduous cultivation, even the revered one of the world praised his ascetic cultivation. However, this Xiao is somewhat puzzled. Duda has 13 items. How many items can Great Master hold? Since Great Master has the position of state teacher and the help of the Danliang state, how many more ascetic cultivations does Great Master have? Amitba. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Where is not ascetic cultivation? Jingyi put her palms together and said softly, In the past, the revered one of the world fed the eagle with his body and abandoned his body. Today, this old monk will throw his body into the secular world. What is wrong with that? The revered one of the world sacrificed his body to save a pigeon. This old monk will sacrifice his body to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Danliang state. What is wrong with that? Xiao Hua was stunned. He somewhat understood the intention of Danliang state teacher Jingyi. Jingyi treated the position of state teacher as a kind of ascetic cultivation. She treated the responsibility of state teacher as a part of the sea of bitterness. She used it to sharpen her Buddhist nature in the secular world. Ku Duda's ascetic cultivation was indeed effective. Whether it was Buddhist Dharma or Buddhist techniques, they were far superior to ordinary Buddhas. However, just as Jingyi said, Ku Duda was usually alone. His methods of accumulating merit were limited. Even if he had great magic power, he could not accumulate much. However, if he became a state teacher, the amount of merit he could accumulate was incomparable. However, Xiao Hua immediately smiled bitterly. Taoist cultivators treated state teachers as glory, splendor, and wealth. They treated the power of a country as their reliance for cultivation. However, Ku Duda treated glory, splendor, and wealth as a sea of bitterness. He used his ascetic cultivation to contribute to the country. It had to be said that in the same country, Taoist cultivators and Buddhist cultivators were completely different. Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing had a contemplative look on her face. She seemed to have some thoughts. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Whether it is Buddhist or Taoist, whether it is ascetic cultivation or chanting sutras, it is all cultivation. I do not understand Duda's ascetic cultivation, nor do I understand the accumulation of merit. I originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the Danliang state. I wanted to see whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was a wise ruler. However, Grandmaster has repeatedly stopped me. Now, I want Grandmaster to give me an explanation. Xiao Jian? Xiao Jun? Jingyi was slightly stunned. Fellow immortal, is related to the two of them by blood? No! Xiao Hua waved his hand. Grandmaster, there is no need to guess blindly. Do you think Xiao Jun or Xiao Jian is better? Both of them are dung. Jingyi answered without hesitation. You and I are also dung. Only Buddha is real. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost fell from the sky. He really wanted to choke Jingyi's neck and ask if he could speak properly. Chapter 3687. All right, Great Master, tell me, who do you not want me to see? This person is definitely not Xiao Jun. Xiao Hua went straight to the point. No. Who is it? This person is the person that fellow immortal Xiao is looking for, But in reality, he is not the person in fellow immortal Zhao's heart. Furthermore, this old monk does not lie. That person is really not in the single Liang kingdom. Jingyi spoke in riddles again. Woo! Hearing a huge gust of wind, Jingyi and Jinko suddenly felt as if the space around them had solidified. Not only were they unable to move, even breathing became difficult. Jinko turned pale with fright. The Buddhist staff in his hand trembled and Buddhist light shone brightly. Unfortunately, before his telekinesis could reach the Buddhist staff, he saw Xiaohua suddenly stretch out his hand and grab Jingyi's neck. He said fiercely, "Little monk, can you speak properly? Who exactly is this person?" Jingyi did not resist and allowed Xiaohua to grab his neck. He said with a hoarse voice, "This old monk cannot say and does not want to say. If this old monk says, 'I'm afraid,' fellow immortal Xiao will not be able to leave the single Liang kingdom. I'm also afraid that the single Liang kingdom will no longer exist." "Who is so powerful?" Xiaohua was shocked and asked. "Sigh." A soft sigh like a spring breeze brushed past Xiaohua's spiritual will hammer. A Buddhist will that was even more indifferent than Xiaohua's Buddhist will swept over from the distant mountain. A voice that was louder than a golden bell rang in Xiaohua's ears. "If you are looking for this old monk, then come over." Martial ancestor. Jingyi escaped from Xiaohua's hand and immediately knelt in midair. Tears flowed down his face. How can you show yourself? You know that this is a trap." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" The voice sighed, but there was no resentment or hatred in the voice. Even though the voice was loud, Xiaohua felt comfortable listening to it. Since Buddha wants this old monk to die, how can this old monk not die? I don't know how many years it will take to get rid of this skin. Now is the time. Martial ancestor. Jinko also knelt, but as his tears flowed, he looked at Xiaohua with resentment. Damn it, he's at least in the embryo formation realm. Xiaohua was truly shocked. He never would have thought that in the hidden immortal continent, in this Danliang country, there was actually a hidden 7th grade elemental energy. Buddhist expert. I think. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. I'm afraid things are different from what Grandmaster thinks. There must be a mistake. Of course, Xiaohua already knew that he had made a mistake. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this misunderstanding was extremely serious. It was actually related to the life and death of this 7th-level origin power expert. Since he had already forced the other party out, how could a mere misunderstanding be resolved? Moreover, Xiaohua immediately understood why clean clothes and those ordinary monks had blocked him. Not only did they not want him to find this Buddhist expert, they also did not want him to lose his life. Fellow immortal Xiao, please. Jingyi stood up. Her expression returned to normal as she raised her hand. Fairy Jing smiled and said, Master Clean Clothes, we must have misunderstood. The master is meditating, so we won't disturb him. As she spoke, she gave Xiaohua a meaningful glance, hinting for him to flee. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. This was a 7th grade elemental energy expert. He had never encountered something like this before. Although he had made a breakthrough in his lightning evasion technique, but Xiaohua wasn't confident that he could escape. And if he escaped, not only would he leave behind Fairy Jing, he would also provoke the other party. There would be no room for negotiation. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, Fairy Jing, don't be anxious. This is a Buddhist 7th grade elemental energy expert, a Buddhist senior monk. He must have benevolence in his heart. I'll explain it to him clearly. 7th grade elemental energy? Fairy Jing was also stupefied, her face instantly becoming deathly pale. However, she immediately smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. This concubine will accompany you. Fellow Taoist? Jingyi frowned. She sized up Xiaohua but did not say anything. Jingyi impatiently said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Don't you want to find Grandmaster? Grandmaster agreed to meet you. Why are you still not leaving? Alright, this little monk will lead the way. Although Xiaohua's heart was pounding, he still believed in his intuition. The benevolence in this old monk's words would not lie. Jingyi still sneered. He urged his Buddhist light to fly towards the distant mountain peak. Seeing the mountain peak approaching, Xiaohua looked at Jingyi beside him and said softly, "Monk Jingyi violated the precepts. This mountain peak is within the single Liang nation. How is it not within the single Liang nation's territory? This mountain peak has already been donated by the single Liang nation's king, Xiao Jun, to our Buddhist sect. It is a pure land and not within the single Liang nation's territory." Hee. Xiaohua chuckled and did not ask any more. Buddhist disciples were the most passionate. If he did not let Bodhi out, he would not be able to win against Jingyi. After flying to the side of the mountain peak, Jingyi did not dare to directly fly up. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked up the mountain path. The mountain path was rugged, narrow, and rather steep. Jingyi did not use Buddhist techniques and climbed up step by step. Xiaohua naturally did not mind. He also walked with his feet firmly on the ground. As for Fairy Jing, how could she walk? However, after walking a few steps, light clouds appeared under her feet. When they arrived at the waist of the mountain, they walked to a cave full of thorns. Jingyi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Martial ancestor, disciples have brought 2 people here. Do you really want to see them? Come in." That voice was still faint, as if it was neither sad nor happy. Jingyi saw that they could not persuade their martial ancestor. They stood up and stood at the 2 sides of the cave. They put their palms together and said, "2 immortal friends, please." Looking at the pitch-black cave, Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense. He turned to look at Fairy Jing and said, "Fairy Jing, wait outside. I can go in by myself." "No need. Since we are here, I will also pay my respects to the Buddhist seniors." Fairy Jing's eyes were sincere as she looked at Xiaohua. She had the determination to advance and retreat together. Alright. Xiaohua was helpless. He took the lead and walked into the cave. Fairy Jing did not hesitate to follow. The cave was very big and also very dark. There was no light, but it was nothing for Xiaohua and Fairy Jing. Xiaohua walked into the cave and saw that at the end of the cave was a huge wall. In front of the wall was a square stone. A tall and thin monk wearing a shabby monk robe was sitting there facing the wall. Looking at the back of the monk, Xiaohua respectfully put his palms together and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets the Buddhist seniors. Junior Li Jing greets the senior. Fairy Jing did not dare to be negligent and also bowed. "Xiaohua, are you looking for this old monk?" As the monk spoke, he slowly turned around. Xiaohua stared unblinkingly at the monk as he turned around. When he saw the monk's appearance, there was a boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. Xiaohua's mind was filled with an explosion. He had never seen this monk before, but he clearly remembered this monk's appearance. Although this monk's face was very thin, his appearance had changed too much. Wasn't it the appearance of the shabby golden body in the Jiangchao temple of the Longevity Town? Wasn't it Xiaohua's disguised appearance of C.I. Hang? This was the fake C.I. Hang meeting the real C.I. Hang. Moreover, in a flash, Xiaohua immediately understood everything. It must be what he had said in front of the Qinghui Temple of the Centipede Territory. If all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent? This attracted the attention of others, who thought that he came from the Longevity Town. Now that his Tao cultivation had not recovered, he only used the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. They thought that he was a Confucian cultivator. The news was naturally sent from the Qinghui Temple to the state preceptor of the Dan Liang country, Jingyi only needed a little analysis to conclude that he knew about this monk and came to the Dan Liang country to look for this monk. Jingyi definitely knew that his grandmaster was not C.I. Hang, not the owner of the 99 Zhang golden body in the Longevity Town, so he wanted to stop him. However, he could not say it clearly. He could only say that although the C.I. Hang Xiaohua was looking for looked exactly the same as his grandmaster, and even his grandmaster left merit in the Longevity Town and set up a statue, his grandmaster was not C.I. Hang. Jingyi did not lie to Xiaohua. Moreover, as the state preceptor, Jingyi could clearly see that the longevity town, which was hundreds of thousands of li away, was now at the peak of the storm. As long as his grandmaster appeared, he would definitely be killed by the Confucian cultivators. He naturally did not want Xiaohua to see his grandmaster. It's a misunderstanding. After thinking it through, Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again. Junior came to the Danliang country to verify whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was lying. I never thought of looking for Senior. Besides, this Junior has no idea who Senior is. Hee. The monk shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the stone wall, asking, Xiaohua, do you see what this is? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the shadow on the stone wall that seemed to be carved by a knife. He said in surprise, Senior, is this Senior's shadow? That's right. The monk nodded faintly. This old monk has been thinking about the relationship between my skin and the Saraira for the past 1,000 years. I have been meditating in front of this stone wall. This shadow is left behind by this old monk's skin. Great Master's Dharma is powerful. Junior is truly impressed. Xiaohua was so impressed that he prostrated himself on all fours. The monk continued, since the shadow can leave behind traces, how can your eyes not reveal any flaws? Benefactor Xiao, you must recognize this old monk. AI, all right. Xiaohua knew that this monk's dharma was powerful. He might know something like mind reading, heavenly vision, and so on. He simply admitted, this Xiao has seen Senior's statue in the longevity town. There's nothing to hide. The Danliang country's monarch, Xiao Jun, knows. As he spoke, Xiaohua recounted the events of the past. He smiled bitterly and said, at that time, when Senior displayed his invincible might in Longevity Town, Junior had already fainted. By the time Junior woke up, Senior had already left without attaining the fruit. However, Junior heard from others and naturally knew who Senior was. Chapter 3688. At this point, Xiaohua honestly admitted, moreover, this Junior also knows that the longevity town isn't a good place. Master Jingyi doesn't dare to let people know that Senior Ci Hang is here. Therefore, this Junior didn't dare to admit it and wanted to cover it up. I was afraid that Senior would kill me to silence me. Hee. The monk laughed, so you're a Taoist cultivator. Jingyi should have thought of this long ago. This Junior also understands Confucian cultivation, so Master Jingyi misunderstood. Xiaohua hastily explained. Benefactor, don't be afraid. How could this old monk kill you to silence you? The monk sighed and said, if this old monk was Ci Hang, so what if this old monk went to the longevity town? Unfortunately, this old monk's Buddhist name is Benevolent, not Ci Hang. That Buddhist fruit isn't this old monk's. So how could this old monk go to the longevity town? Ah? How is this possible? Xiaohua was shocked to death. He looked at Fairy Jing, who was also shocked, and exclaimed at the same time. There was a Buddhist disciple who used this old monk's appearance to do good deeds in the longevity town. The benevolent Ku Tuchuo sighed and said, it was misunderstood by others. Oh, this Junior understands. Xiaohua hastily said with a smile, just like today's misunderstanding, what a coincidence. Today was a misunderstanding, but the longevity town might not be a misunderstanding, and it can't be so coincidental. The benevolent monk said. Hearing this, Xiaohua hastily bowed and said, Senior Ci Hang, as for whether it's a coincidence or a misunderstanding, this Junior doesn't know. This Junior definitely won't speak of what happened here. This Junior is a Taoist disciple. This Junior isn't interested in the disputes between immortals and Buddhas. Do we need to swear a blood oath? Fairy Jing probed. No need. The benevolent monk said kindly, this old monk has never forced anyone to swear a blood oath before. Okay, this Junior guarantees that he won't say a single word. Xiaohua solemnly vowed. Of course, Xiaohua had to make a solemn vow. He definitely wouldn't say a single word about this matter, because he was the real Ci Hang, a fake Ci Hang. How could he reveal the real Ci Hang, a fake Ci Hang? Fairy Jing was overjoyed as she said, "This junior is the same. This matter concerns senior's life. This junior definitely wouldn't dare." Benevolent Xiang waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, you may leave now." "Thank you, senior." Fairy Jing hadn't thought of such a simple ending. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua, and prepared to leave. But Xiaohua's starry eyes flashed with a strange expression. He looked at the knife-like marks on the stone wall and said in a low voice, "Senior, you said that you've been in this cave for 1,000 years, and you've always been thinking about the relationship between the skin and the saraira. I wonder if you've learned anything? Can you tell me?" "Oh, Benefactor Xiao also knows about Buddhism?" C.I. Xiang was a little surprised and asked curiously. Xiaohua had a humble expression on his face. "This junior has been curious since young. Regardless of whether it is the Taoist sect, the Confucian sect, or the Buddhist sect, I have some understanding of them. Since senior has some insights, this junior is also secretly delighted. I hope to hear it." "All right." A smile appeared on C.I. Xiang's face as he said, "Jingyi, Jinko, wait for the two of you to come in." Xiaohua and C.I. Xiang's words weren't hidden from Jingyi and Jinko. The two of them heard clearly from outside, and their faces were already red. When they heard the call, they thought it was C.I. Xiang scolding. They hurriedly came in and knelt on the ground. This disciple was careless and caused such trouble. "Grandmaster, please punish me." Unexpectedly, C.I. Xiang didn't answer and instead said, "My Buddha has said that the corporeal body is a skin on the outside, easily decaying. Inside, the saraira is a spirit, immortal for 10,000 years." When Jingyi and Jinko heard this, how could they not know that C.I. Xiang was lecturing? They hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to listen carefully. Xiaohua hurriedly sat down after seeing this. Similar to Jingyi, he put his palms together and quietly listened to this rare comprehension. This old monk thinks that a person is a person. Everything is based on the corporeal body. The corporeal body's influence is truly important, sometimes even more powerful than the saraira. The corporeal body is the shadow, leaving scars on stone walls. However, the saraira has no light, leaving no traces in the mortal world. The saraira can't leave the corporeal body, and it can't be nourished without the corporeal body. C.I. Xiang's words drifted in the cave. Those who were fated to hear it were intoxicated, while those who weren't fated to hear it were irritated. Fairy Jing sat for a moment and saw the joy on Xiaohua's face. It was even more pronounced than Jingyi and Jinko's frown. She was delighted. She knew that she didn't understand this, so she quietly flew up from the ground and landed outside the cave. She also sat down cross-legged and comprehended Xiaohua's teachings in her heart. She stood guard for the four people at the side. Time flew by, and 81 days had passed since C.I. Xiang's words. On this day, just as Fairy Jing comprehended the beauty of it, an indescribable smile appeared on her face. The magic power around her quietly surged, and layers of multicolored light began to ripple under her snow-like skin. Suddenly, she heard a thunderclap in the pitch-black cave. It was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. However, Fairy Jing still didn't frown, because this sound was very strange. It seemed to be extremely loud, yet also extremely soft. It seemed to be in her ears, yet it also seemed to be in her heart. Fairy Jing only felt her body expand, and all of her magic power instantly dissipated. Then, before Fairy Jing could think again, she saw Buddha's light flourish in the cave. This Buddha's light was different from what Fairy Jing usually saw. Not only did it rush out of the cave, but it even rushed into the mountain. The mountain didn't seem to have anything in it, but it also came out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's light spread from the middle of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It was as if the entire mountain was filled with Buddha's light. Then, bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the cave and even the entire mountain, floating in the air and in people's hearts. In the Buddha's chants and in the Buddha's light, there were tiny images of fairies that were as small as flies, and images of dragons that were even weaker than mosquitoes. Not only did they dance around the cave and the mountain, but they also surged with the Buddha's light toward the capital of the Chanyang kingdom, enveloping the surroundings. Gurgle! The Buddha's light pierced through the void, and streams of sparkling and translucent silver light fell on the mountain peak. When the Buddha's light on the mountain peak came into contact with the silver light that was invisible to the naked eye, it immediately swelled and gradually formed a humanoid golden body. This Fairy Jing immediately understood that this was the strange phenomenon caused by the benevolent Venerable Master. She wanted to get up, but in the Buddha's light, her muscles and bones were limp, and she couldn't move at all. Even her mind was drifting. Roar! The strange phenomenon lasted for an hour, and then there was a lion's roar in the cave. The Buddha's light on the mountain, as well as the Buddha's light that rippled for miles, suddenly shrank and disappeared into the cave. In front of Fairy Jing's eyes was still the ordinary cave and the inky darkness. Amitabha! As a Taoist Yuanying, Fairy Jing couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. She stood up from the ground, and the benevolent voice sounded in the cave again. Buddha has a saying that a flower is a world, and a leaf is a spring and autumn. We Buddhists are burdened by our physical bodies, and we can't be free for our entire lives. I've cultivated hard for thousands of years, but I still haven't achieved Buddhahood. I don't have any obsessions in my heart, and I'm even comforted. Senior brother Tsihong from afar almost achieved Buddhahood. Although it's senior brother Tsihong's merit, it's also my merit. I have no hope of achieving Buddhahood in this life, so I'll wait for the next life. There's always hope, and there's always an end to life. Everything in the world is arranged by the Buddha. Although I don't know why the Buddha sent Xiao Tanyue to me, I know that I can't remember any merit in my heart, and all cultivation is based on external things. Therefore, I can't not see Tanyue. Jingyi Jinko, do you understand? There was silence in the cave, and no sound could be heard. Fairy Jing shook her head slightly, knowing that Jingyi and Jinko didn't understand Great Master C.I. Xiang's Zen theory. Xiao Tanyue. Great Master C.I. Xiang's tone was hesitant, and he probed, "Have you understood? There's a lamp in the world that illuminates the earth. People see the light, but don't see the lampstand. What's wrong with the lampstand?" Xiao Hua's voice sounded. "There's a lampstand, but there's no light. Who can see the lampstand? There's no need to have a lampstand, there's no need to have light, but there's light that illuminates the world." Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. Great Master C.I. Xiang chanted Buddha's name and didn't speak again. After a while, Jingyi and Jinko accompanied Xiao Hua out of the cave. Fairy Jing's gaze wavered, and the Xiao Hua in her eyes seemed to have changed greatly, but also didn't seem to have changed at all. "Let's go." Xiao Hua quietly transmitted his voice. Great Master C.I. Xiang is in seclusion again. Alright. Fairy Jing transmitted her voice and moved her body, slowly flying down the mountain path. Xiao Hua and the other two respectfully bowed towards the cave and carefully walked down. After leaving the mountain peak, Xiao Hua bowed and said, "Great Masters, please forgive me for offending you." Jingyi's face was rather dry. Great Master C.I. Xiang's rare lecture, but he and Jinko didn't get as much as Xiao Hua. They were really disciples of Buddhism in vain. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, there's no need to mention this matter. It's this old monk's fault. Please, Xiao Tanyue, if you want to see if Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun is lying, just go to the capital city and you'll know." Alright. Xiao Hua didn't want to go, but looking at Fairy Jing, he felt that there was only one last step left. After hesitating for a while, he agreed. However, the four of them flew into the capital city of the single Liang Kingdom and flew out in less than an hour. At this moment, Jinko was no longer there, and Jingyi was beside him. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he bowed and said, "Great Master Jingyi, please return. The doubts in my heart have been resolved." "Thank you, Great Master." As long as Xiao Tanyue doesn't have any doubts." Jingyi smiled and said, "This old monk is an ascetic monk, following the ascetic path of my Buddhism. It's rare for Xiao Jun to be able to participate in the daily practice, which surprised this old monk. That's right. To be able to live in a dilapidated palace, to be able to protect Queen Gigi, and to live in a daily life that's even worse than the ordinary marquises of other kingdoms, this kind of monarch is the fortune of the single Liang Kingdom." Xiao Hua nodded and then took out a huge Qianquan bag from his sleeve and handed it to Jingyi. he said with a smile. This Xiao has disturbed your kingdom and also listened to Great Master Ci Xiang's lecture. This is this Xiao's sincerity, please accept it. Chapter 3689. Oh. Jingyi glanced at it and didn't take it. He waved his hand and said, My Shanliang country's bodhisattva doesn't accept charity from any benefactor. Please take it back. Xiaohua explained, This is a gift from me to the king of Shanliang country, Xiao Jun. It's also a gift to the people of Shanliang country. It's not charity. Jingyi wanted to say more, but Xiaohua smiled and said, Master, take a look first. Okay. Jingyi could only take it. He opened it and was moved. He put his palms together and said, Amitba. Since that's the case, this old monk thanks. Just as she said that, Reverend Clean Clothes shuddered, and grief appeared on her face. She turned her head around and looked at the mountain in the distance. She said mournfully, Amitba, Grandmaster, has passed away. Ah? Xiaohua was also shocked. In his heart, he instantly understood why Great Master Ci Xiang still wanted to see him even though he had some misgivings. Why Great Master Ci Xiang still had to spend 81 days of hard work to give them an explanation. This old monk won't send you off. Jingyi bowed and said, I hope the two of you can remember your words, Master, don't worry. This Xiao understands. Xiaohua hurriedly replied. Fairy Jing also nodded in agreement. Jingyi didn't say anything else. He put away the Qingkuan bag and hurriedly flew to the mountain peak. Xiaohua stood in the air and bowed deeply to the mountain peak where Master Ci Xiang was. Then, he flew away without saying a word. Fairy Jing knew that Xiaohua was in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything. She silently followed behind. The two flew for half a day. Xiaohua suddenly stopped and looked around. He asked curiously, Where are we flying to? How would this concubine know? This concubine is following behind you. Fairy Jing smiled and said softly, Although Master Ci Xiang left, this concubine heard him say that if he couldn't achieve karma in this life, he would be able to in the next life. Moreover, Buddhism's cultivation is different from my Taoism. They emphasize reincarnation the most. Today's death is tomorrow's life. Today's karma is tomorrow's cause. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too sad. Xiaohua nodded. He understood. He knew that he had thought of many things. Alright, what did you give Jingyi Master? At first, he didn't want it no matter what, but in the end he refused to let it go. Fairy Jing tried to find something to talk about. Xiaohua smiled. He took out another Qingkuan pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to Fairy Jing. Then I'll give you one too. Oh! Fairy Jing was truly surprised. When she opened it, she unconsciously beamed with joy. So it's so much rice. Then I will kindly accept it. On behalf of the people of my country, I thank Taoist Master Xiao. That's right. If it were ordinary spiritual herbs, Fairy Jing might not lack them, and there were plenty of them in this world. But with so much rice, who could take out so much in such a short time? With so much rice at the critical moment, who knew how many lives could be saved? No wonder even the Clean Clothes Master was moved. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Pegasus and flying chariot rushed out of the space. He said, Let's return to Black Wind Ridge. This Xiao wants to see how Xiao Jian will face the Xiao. Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten? Fairy Jing didn't get on the chariot. She sweetly smiled and said, You promised me that after arriving at the Danliang country, you would follow me to a place. Yes, this Xiao remembers. But when this Xiao was discussing with Xue Ping about going to the secret area, didn't you also say so? Xiaohua was somewhat confused. I thought you were going to that place with me. Fairy Jing rolled her eyes at Xiaohua. Xue Ping asked for my opinion. No matter what, he is still a junior. How can this Xiaohua not answer? Just because this Xiaohua gave advice doesn't mean this Xiaohua has to go. Hee, this Xiaohua thought that the things inside moved Fairy Jing's heart. Xiaohua giggled. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jing didn't laugh. Instead, she solemnly reminded him, Fellow Taoist Xiao, my Tao sect has many ruins on the hidden immortal continent. Those that are easy to find or not too dangerous have all been found by fellow Taoists. The ruins that have been found today are all left behind from the ancient times. The restrictions inside are very powerful, and the methods are also unimaginable. Although fellow Taoist Zhao's strength is outstanding, if you face the restrictions left behind by the ancient Almighty, you may not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, according to what this Xiaohua knows, fellow Taoist Zhao's accumulation is very deep. Now is the time to comprehend and go into seclusion. This kind of dangerous matter is mostly done by people who are unable to break through bottlenecks. Fellow Taoist Xiao is not suitable. Then what about Fairy Jing? Xiaohua giggled as he looked at Fairy Jing. Don't be so mischievous. Fairy Jing was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I'm telling the truth. My cultivation is different from others. Although I do need some ancient items, ordinary things, I can solve them myself. Seeing that Fairy Jing was angry, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, Fairy Jing, please calm down. It's not that this Xiaohua doesn't want to listen to Fairy Jing, but since this Xiaohua has already made a promise, he still has to keep his promise. Moreover, this Xiaohua also faintly feels that this trip to the secret area may have some gains. This Xiaohua still has some confidence in himself. Fairy Jing helplessly waved her hand and said, As you wish. As for whether I will go or not, wait until you go with me to that place. That place, where is it? Why is it so mysterious? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and asked in a low voice. It's a secret for the time being. We'll talk about it when we get there. Fairy Jing giggled and jumped on the flying car. I'll show you the way. All right. Xiaohua's heart was rarely peaceful. He nodded and urged the flying car to fly in a certain direction. After flying for more than a month, the weather also changed a lot. From autumn to cold wind, and then to hot. Seeing that yellow sand and barren mountains began to appear in the surroundings, Fairy Jing's always calm face had some slight fluctuations. During this month, Fairy Jing didn't close her eyes to cultivate. Instead, she chatted with Xiaohua. She would tell him some stories about the sea, or some interesting things about her travels in the hidden immortal continent, or some of her experiences in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would ask him questions about her cultivation. Regarding cultivation, Xiaohua naturally didn't hide anything from her. As for chatting, he generally just smiled and didn't say anything. He originally didn't come from the hidden immortal continent. If he spoke too much, he would naturally be exposed. As for cultivation, as soon as Buddha's relic Bodhi came out of the cave where Benevolent Master was meditating, he immediately went into seclusion. It seemed that Benevolent Master's comprehension of life and death, the corporeal body, and the relic were extremely important to Bodhi. In fact, even Xiaohua understood that Bodhi was one of his primordial spirits. Bodhi's corporeal body was actually his relic, and his corporeal body was the corporeal body of the Buddha's relic. Benevolent Master's so-called spirit was Bodhi, and the relationship between the corporeal body and the relic was ultimately the relationship between Xiaohua and Bodhi. If Bodhi could comprehend this point, it would most likely be extremely beneficial to him and Bodhi. As for the place in Xiaohua's dantian that was injured by Kong Hongwu, it had already recovered under green-robed Xiaohua's wholehearted efforts. In particular, the 140 or so nascent souls were placed around the invisible nascent soul by green-robed Xiaohua according to the formation of the capital star formation. The 5 Qi righteous thunder had already returned to normal. Every time it landed on the invisible nascent soul, a trace of lightning would rush into the bodies of the 100 or so nascent souls. Although these nascent souls grimaced in pain, their bodies would gradually expand, and they also seemed to be nourished. Soul cultivator Xiaohua naturally wasn't idle. Every 6 hours, he would come out of the mysterious dark cloud and release all kinds of vibrating green seal characters from his mouth. At an extremely rhythmic pace, the characters would land between the eyebrows of these nascent souls. The green seal characters would become green threads that lingered between the nascent soul's eyebrows and gradually merge with them. While the souls of these nascent souls were being repaired and their corporeal bodies were being tempered, they gradually fell into Xiaohua's control. Green-robed Xiaohua, on the other hand, felt as if he had just survived a calamity. After his Dantian's injuries were healed, he happily lay down within the 5 Qi righteous thunder to receive the lightning strikes. While enjoying himself, he narrowed his eyes and pondered on how to refine a spirit tool. Therefore, Xiaohua's harvest during this month was also great, whether it was in experience or cultivation. Xiaohua keenly felt the change in Fairy Jing's mood and asked in a low voice, "Are we almost there?" Fairy Jing took a rare sniff, as if she had caught a cold. She faintly glanced at Xiaohua, then pointed at the desert in the distance and whispered, "It's in the valley over there." Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the barren land to his left and then narrowed his eyes to look at the scorching sun above. He didn't quite understand why Fairy Jing insisted on bringing him here. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, after only a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Xiaohua, what's wrong?" Fairy Jing naturally noticed Xiaohua's expression and asked in bewilderment, There doesn't seem to be anything funny, right?" "This Xiao isn't laughing," Xiaohua said with a smile. This caused Fairy Jing to frown and faintly say, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I know it's wrong to hide it from you, but since we're already here, can fellow Taoist also tell me a story?" Of course. Seeing that Fairy Jing, who hadn't called herself concubine for a long time, suddenly called herself concubine without saying I, Xiaohua hurriedly stopped smiling and said very sincerely, "This Xiao didn't see the place Fairy Jing talked about, but this Xiao saw something interesting. Fairy Jing will know about it after a while." This Xiao isn't laughing at Fairy Jing. That's good. Fairy Jing knew she was overthinking and blushed. She nodded and said, "Then, let's fly there?" But Xiaohua pointed in a direction similar to where Fairy Jing was going. A long time ago, there was a girl who liked to cultivate. Fairy Jing sat on the flying carriage and said in an indifferent tone, as if she was really telling a story. However, Xiaohua understood that this should be Fairy Jing's own experience, just like how he told Shui. Chapter 3690. Fairy Jing's story was naturally Fairy Jing's love story. It sounded very ordinary. The young Fairy Jing met a cultivator she fell in love with. Unfortunately, this cultivator was a Confucian cultivator and not a Taoist cultivator. In the beginning, the Confucian cultivator still insisted on his love and resisted the resistance from his family. Unfortunately, nothing in this world was perfect. After Fairy Jing told him about her bloodline, the Confucian cultivator was completely defeated. In his eyes, the human bloodline was incomparably noble and the bloodline of a Confucian family was incomparable. He couldn't accept that his lover had a demonic bloodline. Fairy Jing looked at the departing figure of the Confucian cultivator and collapsed on the ground. Her heart was incomparably gloomy. However, this decadence only lasted for a moment. When Fairy Jing got up, she was an incomparably strong Taoist cultivator. Moreover, her Tao heart was so firm that it was beyond ordinary. "Xiaohua, do you believe in love at first sight?" Fairy Jing's face, which had turned pale because of the opening of her scar, was now somewhat flushed. Xiaohua nodded. He unconsciously thought of Fairy Hongxia and even Jiuxia. "I also believe in it." Fairy Jing firmly nodded. However, she immediately became a bit disappointed. "However, I also know that emotions that start easily are also easily lost. Love that doesn't sharpen together won't last long. I feel that I can't compare to the love of that female cultivator in your story. Your past life, I didn't have time to participate. As for your future, I don't dare to participate. I don't think." Facing Fairy Jing's confession, Xiaohua bit his lips. He didn't know how to face it and didn't know how to open his mouth. Fortunately, just when Xiaohua was feeling very awkward, whoosh! A communication talisman unexpectedly flew over, and a voice came from afar. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you here?" Xiaohua hastily got up and said to Fairy Jing with a smile, "Fairy Jing, look, this is what this Xiao was talking about before." This Xiao laughed because he saw him. Hee hee. Fairy Jing felt a bit regretful. After all, she didn't hear Xiao Hua's reply. However, if he didn't reply, wouldn't she be more satisfied? Fairy Jing, who had reached the 4th grade of elemental energy, didn't know how she should face Xiao Hua's reply. When Fairy Jing raised her head, she saw a young man in scholarly robes flying over from the distance. The young man had a pleasant smile on his face. Who else could this young man be but Fujiwen? Ah! When Fujiwen saw Xiao Hua's Pegasus and flying chariot, he naturally knew that Xiao Hua was on the chariot. However, he didn't rashly release his divine sense. When he flew closer, he saw that there was also a female cultivator on the flying chariot. He swept his divine sense and involuntarily cast a spell. However, he couldn't help but be shocked. This female cultivator's cultivation was actually unfathomable. How could he not know that this female cultivator was a Dao sect senior? When Fujiwen flew closer, he immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Junior Fujiwen greets senior." "Get up." Fairy Jing flicked her sleeves and smiled. "I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind. You should address him as an equal. Little friend Fu, there is no need to be so polite." Ah! Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Fujiwen was even more shocked. When he first met Xiao Hua, although Xiao Hua displayed his invincible might and charged into the Copper Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy alone, Xiao Hua's cultivation was only around the middle of the 3rd grade. It had only been a few years. How could Fujiwen believe that even Fairy Jing was inferior to him? However, Fujiwen used a spell to probe again. Just like before, he couldn't see through Xiao Hua's cultivation at all. "Hee little friend Fu, don't look. Even I can't see through fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation." Fairy Jing naturally noticed Fujiwen's spell and smiled. Even an early nascent soul cultivator became his disciple. What do you think his cultivation is? Hee. Xiao Hua looked at Fujiwen's shocked face and said self-deprecatingly, "A few years ago, this Xiao took the initiative to ask someone to become his disciple. Someone even made excuses." Fujiwen's face suddenly turned red. Wasn't this talking about him? Senior Xiao. Fujiwen didn't dare to call Xiao Hua fellow Taoist anymore. He whispered, "Why is Senior here?" Hee, Xiao Hua laughed. "Come up and talk. You've seen this heavenly horse before." Oh. The heavenly horse neighed and wagged its tail intimately at Fujiwen, as if it understood Xiao Hua's words. "Yes, sir." Fujiwen obediently got on the flying carriage and stood respectfully at the side. "You still remember Xiao Jian, right?" Xiao Hua knew that he would never see that unrestrained scholar in front of him again, so he asked with a smile. Fujiwen nodded. "Junior knows." Junior's impression of him is not very good. Junior had told Senior before. Xiao Hua nodded. This old man wants to help the princess of the Jiang country establish a country. This Xiao Jian is one of the people this old man will rely on in the future. Therefore, after this old man obtained the Imperial Master's lot at the Jade Pavilion meeting, I came to the Dan Liang country accompanied by Fairy Jing to investigate Xiao Jian's background. Then, what was the result? Fujiwen looked at Xiao Hua's face, as if he had already understood something, but he still asked. What else could it be? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This old man is very disappointed. Oh. This matter will not affect Senior's wish to establish a Dao sect. Fujiwen glanced at Fairy Jing and said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua laughed. This old man has already dealt with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. On the other hand, this old man remembers that you should be from the Yu province's Ping Shan country. Why? Why did you suddenly come here? Fujiwen bit his lips slightly and said, Junior, used to be from the Yu province's Ping Shan country, but now and in the future, I will no longer be from the Ping Shan country, nor will I be a disciple of the Fu family. But Xiao Hua was surprised. Could it be that you were expelled from the family? That's right. Fujiwen sighed deeply. Right now, this junior is cultivating in a hut not far away. For your wife? Xiao Hua also looked at Fairy Jing, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice. Then, why did you build a hut here? I won't hide it from the two seniors, that's right. Fujiwen said with a bitter smile. Back then, I went against my father's order and swore that I would grow old with my wife, which provoked the family's anger. However, the old housekeeper always mediated, so the family didn't send down any lightning. The old housekeeper passed away last year, and this junior no longer had any protection in the family. My father gave a restriction that if I wanted to protect my wife, I would be expelled from the family, and if I wanted to stay in the family, I would have to abandon my wife. What an infatuated man! Fairy Jing praised. After thinking for a moment, she took out a magic treasure from her Qinquan bag and handed it to Fujiwen, saying, "This is something I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you today." "Thank you, senior." Fujiwen knew that a nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure was extraordinary, so he hurriedly received it and bowed to thank her. If this item is refined by a male and female cultivator together, it will have unexpected effects. Fairy Jing said with a smile. "Yes, this junior understands." Fujiwen said with a bitter smile, "Unfortunately, this junior can't ask my wife to come out and thank senior." "Oh, little friend Fu, what do you mean?" Fairy Jing was slightly taken aback. Fujiwen said respectfully, "Seniors, please don't be impatient. This junior should have reported this matter to Senior Xiao long ago. Seniors, please follow this junior to the hut, and this junior will explain it in detail." "Alright." Xiao Hua patted the Pegasus and the flying carriage rushed to the place where Fujiwen came from. Not long after, they arrived at a tall mountain range. A small, simple house made of poplar wood was erected on a slightly shady foothill. "Seniors, please." Fujiwen got off the flying carriage first and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing inside. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the flying carriage and Pegasus. He entered the wooden house first and saw that the interior of the house was very simple. Apart from the praying mat, there were some scrolls. The scrolls were a bit messy, and it seemed that Fujiwen's cultivation was very difficult. Fairy Jing looked around and glanced at Xiao Hua in surprise. Because there was no trace of a second cultivator in the wooden house, Fairy Jing didn't know where the wife Fujiwen mentioned was. After the two sat down, Fujiwen took out some spirit fruits from his small cosmos pouch and respectfully handed them over. He then said with a smile, "Didn't Senior Xiao ask before? The reason why this junior built a hut here is very simple. It's because this junior first met his wife here." "Hee, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the spirit fruit. He tasted it and said, "Then the memories here must be very beautiful." "It's not that beautiful," Fujiwen said with an embarrassed smile. The situation at that time was very strange and almost scared this junior to death. With that, Fujiwen carefully took out a fist-sized wooden box from his bosom. Xiao Hua saw the wooden box clearly. It was the thunder amplification wood that he gave to Fujiwen at the auction in Zhai Xinglu that day. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he became pensive. Sure enough, Fujiwen took out a wooden box made of thunder amplification wood and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, there was a fist-sized odd-shaped jade crystal. The jade crystal was suffused with rays of multicolored light. Lines of multicolored inscriptions flowed on the surface of the jade crystal like chains. Layers of lightning mist floated on these inscriptions. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? When Fairy Jing saw this item, her face showed surprise. She let out a low cry as if she had seen something terrifying. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiao Hua frowned and carefully thought about it. It was as if he had never seen this item in the scrolls. Fairy Jing glanced at Fujiwen with dissatisfaction. She raised her hand to stop Xiao Hua's hand and then transmitted a few words. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was a bit strange. Chapter 3691. On the other hand, Fujiwen blinked, not understanding what Fairy Jing was talking about. He then looked at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing in surprise and awkwardly put away the wooden box in his hand. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiao Hua stared into Fujiwen's eyes and kindly asked, "Fujiwen, do you know that this is a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal?" Reporting to Senior, this junior doesn't know. Fujiwen honestly replied. Fairy Jing sneered, "Even if you don't know, does your family not know?" But at this point, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something and shook her head. This old one understands. As the saying goes, knowing the law and breaking the law adds 3 levels of punishment. If you don't know that this is a heaven's punishment prison crystal, even if the Immortal Palace's law enforcers catch you, your punishment won't be too strict. This is your Fu family protecting you. The Immortal Palace's law enforcers? Fu Jiwen's face instantly paled. Although he didn't know what a heaven's punishment prison crystal was, he knew what a law enforcer was. After a while, he said in a low voice, "My Fu family is originally a small family in the peaceful mountain country. We might not be as knowledgeable as Senior and might not know the origin of this item." Perhaps. Fairy Jing saw that Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be faking it and said thoughtfully, "Since you really don't know the origin of this item, then you didn't purposely lead the disaster to Xiaohua." This old one misunderstood. "Ha," Xiaohua laughed. "Fairy Jing is overthinking. This Xiao and Fu Jiwen can be considered friends in times of trouble. He wouldn't have any dirty thoughts. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not." Fairy Jing glanced at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal floating in the clouds and said indifferently, "If this old one encounters this item of Heaven's Punishment, I will definitely throw it away immediately. The farther the better." Fu Jiwen said resolutely, "This junior's wife is inside. This junior will never abandon her." Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes. She looked at Xiaohua and said in a warm voice, "Actually, although fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't said anything yet, I presume fellow Taoist already has a plan in mind? This matter is Fu Jiwen's private matter. All the decisions are in his hands." Xiaohua similarly did not hesitate as he spoke with a grin. "That's true." Fairy Jing nodded. She turned to look at Fu Jiwen and said, "Fu Jiwen, I can see that you're an infatuated person, so why don't you say a few more words? The decision is still in your hands." Fairy Jing pointed at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal and explained, "The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, as the name suggests, is a punishment from the heavens. It imprisons those who break the law within 3 inches of heaven and earth. Confucian cultivators had a painted ground as a prison, and this was the case when they refused to make any progress. This punishment is one of the methods the Celestial Palace uses to punish those who break the laws of the Celestial Palace. The sinner is imprisoned in the crystal and can't cultivate, talk to others, or see others. The sinner's entire world is a 3-inch well. It's worse than being a frog in a well. Moreover, during the imprisonment, there will be divine lightning from the heavens every day to destroy their body and soul. It's said that the suffering inside is unbearable for ordinary people." "I see. This junior understands." Fu Jiwen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He was very grateful for Fairy Jing's explanation. Fairy Jing continued, "Above the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal is the law chain of the Celestial Palace. Without the jade seal of the Celestial Palace, it can't be unlocked. Only at the end of the punishment will the law chain be unlocked. Anyone who dares to try to break it will be seen as going against the Celestial Palace and violating the laws of the heavens. If the punishment is light, the Celestial Palace will send celestial soldiers to encircle them. If the punishment is heavy, the Celestial Palace will send law enforcers to the lower realm to kill them." At this point, Fairy Jing paused again and looked deeply at Fu Jiwen. She said warmly, "Fu Ji, you are infatuated with your wife, but she clearly lied to you. Is using you." Yes, since Fu Jiwen still didn't know this was the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, it meant that the sinner inside the crystal didn't tell Fu Jiwen the truth. The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was such an important punishment that even Fairy Jing knew about it. How could the sinner not know? If she didn't tell Fu Jiwen, wouldn't she be pulling Fu Jiwen into this whirlpool? Who would have thought that when Fu Jiwen heard this, his eyes would be filled with deep emotions? He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, thank you for your concern for me. Things are not as you think. My wife did not deceive me. She even asked me to throw away the Heavenly Punishment prison crystal. I really couldn't bear to do so. It was all my own doing." Fairy Jing was a bit confused. She also knew that this matter was a bit strange. According to what she knew, The sinner inside the heaven's punishment prison crystal couldn't communicate with the outside world. The sinner didn't even know where they were. Even if they fell into an abyss, even if they encountered a landslide and the heaven's punishment prison crystal was buried underground, the sinner inside wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't know how Fu Jiwen contacted the sinner inside and even called her his wife. That's strange. Tell me about it. However, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved her hand. Wait, it's better not to talk about this. Fairy Jing said to Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao, this matter involves the law of the Celestial Palace. It's not something that Taoist cultivators like us can come into contact with. Even a first-rate scholarly cultivator clan would probably avoid it if they were to encounter it. Hee. How could Xiao Hua, who had even killed the Hall Master of Star-Lord Hall, be afraid of this? Especially Fu Jiwen, who he admired a lot. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, Fairy Jing, don't be afraid. Let's listen first. I'm very curious. What kind of law did the woman who made Fu Jiwen fall in love with her commit? Alright. Fairy Jing knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Hua, so she could only nod. Fu Jiwen carefully put the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal into the wooden box. Looking at the time, he hid it close to his body again. He stood there and explained the whole matter in detail. It was really a sad but beautiful story. As early as a few years ago, Fu Jiwen traveled to this place. Seeing that the time was late, he rested at the foot of the mountain. When night fell, the stone wall behind Fu Jiwen suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Then, a beautiful woman flew out from the mountain rock. Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded, and a strange ripple appeared in his heart. The woman was also very happy to see Fu Jiwen, and she immediately had a long talk with Fu Jiwen. The woman's name was Worry Cloud, and she was a mountain spirit. However, the woman was very knowledgeable and witty. Fu Jiwen only chatted with her for an hour, and he immediately regarded her as a celestial being. What made Fu Jiwen overjoyed was that the woman also had a special liking for him. Under the clear moonlight, the two of them were in love, and the heaven became the quilt and the earth became the bed. What was even more unexpected to Fu Jiwen was that after the spring breeze, without waiting for Fu Jiwen to ask anything, the woman's face immediately changed. She actually turned into a ferocious monster with a ferocious face, and wanted to devour Fu Jiwen's essence blood. It was also at this moment that the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a thunderbolt struck the woman until she disappeared without a trace. Fu Jiwen trembled with fear and didn't dare to stay at the foot of the mountain. He used a technique to escape far away. However, after escaping, Fu Jiwen couldn't forget the woman for a long time. The woman's lovely appearance and elegant manner of speech had always lingered in his mind. Carefully thinking about everything that happened on that moonlit night, Fu Jiwen felt that something was wrong. After all, if the woman had the intention to harm him, why would she wait until the end? Not to mention the time when they first appeared, and not to mention the time when the two of them were entangled, the woman's strength seemed to far surpass Fu Jiwen's. If the woman wanted to devour Fu Jiwen, it would simply be too easy. After thinking for a long time, Fu Jiwen, who couldn't forget the woman, finally returned to the foot of the mountain and carefully searched for traces. Unfortunately, the foot of the mountain was desolate. Other than withered branches and mountain rocks, there were no clues at all. Even the absurdity of that night had long drifted away in the mountain wind. After searching for dozens of days and nights without any results, Fu Jiwen increasingly understood that no result was actually the best result. This meant that the woman was definitely not the mountain spirit she claimed to be, and was definitely not an evil person who wanted to devour the essence blood of others. Therefore, Fu Jiwen looked at the stone wall that the woman flew out from, and then used his magic power to drill through the stone wall. The cave behind the wooden house was what Fu Jiwen had done that day. Unfortunately, even though Fu Jiwen had dug out many passages in the stone wall, he still couldn't find the woman. In the end, Fu Jiwen even wanted to push down the foot of the mountain layer by layer, but when he thought that this might hurt the depressed woman that he hadn't found, Fu Jiwen stopped this crazy idea. Very quickly, a year's time had passed. Fu Jiwen faintly had a connection in his heart. It was as if that day, that moment, the woman in his heart would definitely descend again. He might as well quietly cultivate in the cave and wait for that moment to arrive. Sure enough, on the same day, at the same time, extraordinary splendor reappeared. The woman really did appear. When the woman saw that it was Fujiwen again, besides being shocked, her expression changed greatly. Instantly, a vicious look appeared on her face, and she prepared to kill Fujiwen. Facing the repulsive face, facing the slender hand that wanted to kill him, Fujiwen wore a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. He tore open his clothes and presented his bare chest to the woman. The woman was stunned. She actually couldn't do anything. When the woman saw the passage in the stone wall, she cried again. The woman was drunk again. She hugged Fujiwen and didn't let go for a long time. The two who hadn't seen each other for more than a year naturally had sex again. After the romance, the woman's attitude changed again. Although she wasn't as vicious as before, she still warned Fujiwen not to stay here. She also made it clear to Fujiwen that she was a mountain spirit and was different from ordinary humans. She didn't have any sense of shame or etiquette. Fujiwen wasn't the first man that she had given herself to. She was just lonely and unbearable, so she easily found Fujiwen. Chapter 3692. That night's ending was no different from the first time. After the thunderbolt, the woman disappeared. However, this time Fujiwen was careful and used his divine sense to follow her. However, the moment his divine sense was released, it was immediately destroyed by the thunderbolt. Not only did Fujiwen not find the woman's whereabouts, but he was also injured. Fujiwen was unwilling to admit defeat. He immediately thought hard and used the runes of the Tian Shu in his chest as a guide to seal the areas near the cave and explore one by one. Hard work paid off. After nearly half a year of hard work, Fujiwen finally found an area in the depths of the mountain with faint lightning and found the Tian Fa prison crystal inside. Although Fujiwen didn't know what this thing was, his intuition told him that this thing was the woman named Yutan. Looking at the lightning that would appear from the void above the heaven punishment prison crystal every once in a while, his heart would ache when the lightning landed inside. He could imagine how his lover would be suffering inside. Sure enough, on the same day in the second year, the Tian Fa prison crystal flashed with dazzling clouds. The binding inscriptions on it broke and turned into strokes. Yutan flew out of the clouds. Worry Tan looked at Fujiwen and then at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal in front of Fujiwen. She sighed slightly and didn't say another unpleasant word. She held Fujiwen's hand and looked at the crescent moon in the night sky. She told him how much she missed him in the past year. The two of them made love to each other until 2 hours were up. The inscriptions on the crystal recast and produced a thunderbolt that pulled the woman into it. The woman didn't mention her origin, let alone what the Tian Fa prison crystal was. Fujiwen brought the Tian Fa prison crystal back from the foot of the mountain. From then on, he regarded the woman as his wife and told this to his parents. Of course, Fujiwen's parents didn't agree. They even threatened to expel Fujiwen from the family and exterminate the mountain spirits. However, just as Fairy Jing had guessed, Fujiwen's parents didn't ask to see the Tian Fa prison crystal and the so-called mountain spirit, Yutan. Fujiwen didn't give in. He took Xiaorui and the old housekeeper out of the house and made a living alone. In order to help Yutan resist the sky thunder in the void, he went to Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar country, met Xiaohua, and obtained the thunder amplification wood. I see. Fairy Jing nodded and said, "It seems that this old one has wronged you and Yutan. Your relationship is truly admirable. Unfortunately, you are a cultivator of the mortal world. Your Confucian cultivation base is not high, and you have also mixed Taoist cultivation methods. It is very difficult for you to marry someone from the Immortal Palace. Not to mention that this woman has violated the laws of the Immortal Palace and is a sinner. How can you be with her? Even if you're sneaking around right now, if you're discovered by the law enforcers, you won't be able to keep your lives. I'm afraid that Yutan also knew this. That's why he decided to separate from you. He didn't want you to be implicated." Fairy Jing. Xiaohua was a little bewildered. Didn't you say that the sinners in the heavenly punishment prison crystal are unable to communicate with the outside world? Why can this sorrow cloud come out for 2 hours every year? I can't answer fellow Taoist Zhao's question. Fairy Jing shook her head. I've only heard rumors and don't know the truth. There might be 2 possibilities. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the first possibility is that the heavenly punishment prison crystal has been in there for too long. The engraved law chains inside have already lost some of their effectiveness. That's why Miss Yutan can come out for 2 hours every year. Hee hee, this possibility isn't big, Fairy Jing said with a smile. The engraved law chains are made of the Immortal Palace's most authentic engraved law chains. They can absorb the awe-inspiring qi from the heavenly lightning. No matter how long it has been, it can still bind the sinners. Then it's the second possibility, Xiao Hua said with a smile. The engraved law chains of the heavenly punishment prison crystal have been tampered with. Every once in a while, it has to be unlocked for 2 hours to let Miss Yutan come out for a breath of fresh air. And under this possibility, Fairy Jing nodded. Then Miss Yutan's identity is rather interesting. Indeed. Xiao Hua looked at Fujiwen. That Miss Yutan is most likely a member of the Immortal Palace's inner family. She has committed a great crime. Although there is the punishment of the Immortal Palace, there is still someone who can reach out and block some of it for her. Inner family? Impossible, Fairy Jing said with a smile. How could the Empress bloodline be so carelessly left in the hidden immortal continent? I'm afraid she has some relationship with the inner family, a female official, or a side branch of the Empress. However, judging from this woman's scheming, it's more likely that she's a female official. Scheming? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he understood a little. Disregarding everything else, this woman had been with Fujiwen for so many years without revealing any of her background. It was impossible for an ordinary woman to do that. It doesn't matter who she is. Fujiwen didn't care. He smiled and said, since this junior believes that she is my wife, this junior will stay with her for a lifetime. A lifetime? That's your lifetime, Fairy Jing sneered. Even if you turn into a skeleton, that woman will still live well. Unless you can cultivate to the 9th grade of essence energy. To be able to have such a wife, this junior is already satisfied. Fujiwen seemed to have steeled his heart. He turned a deaf ear to Fairy Jing's reminder. Forget it. Either way, it's your own matter. Xiaohua smiled. You can decide for yourself. 2 seniors came at the right time. In a dozen or so days, Worry Tan will come out. If 2 seniors are willing, this junior would like to invite seniors to see her. Fujiwen thought for a moment and asked with an earnest expression, aside from the old housekeeper, no one has seen her yet. No need. Fairy Jing refused very simply. This old one has other matters to attend to with fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua faced Fujiwen's earnest gaze and said to Fairy Jing, since we're already here, why don't you wait for a few more days? Fairy Jing didn't know which heartstring had been touched. She shook her head and said, this concubine doesn't want to get involved in this kind of trouble. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to stay, this concubine will go there myself. Fairy Jing got up and walked out of the wooden house. Xiao Hua frowned. He felt that Fairy Jing's appearance today was different from before. He nodded to Fujiwen and followed her out. Fairy Jing stood in front of the mountain and looked at the golden desert in the distance. She said from the bottom of her heart, Xiao Hua, everything about you is good, except for one thing. Your heart is too soft. Previously, at the Jade Pavilion banquet, I saw that you killed decisively. You were the image of an ambitious and ruthless person. That was why I admired you. But along the way, I discovered that what I saw was far from what I imagined. A person like you, not to mention Sun Kong, even if it was Zhang Daoren, you might not be able to compare. Forget it, let's not talk about this. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. From today onwards, you and I will go our separate ways and be strangers. Oh, before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. The Immortal Palace. The reason it's called the Immortal Palace is because it's the representative of Confucian cultivators for millions or even tens of millions of years. It's far from what our declining Taoist sects can compare to. Xiaohua frowned and said with a bitter smile, Fairy Jing, how long is the journey from where you want to go? 2 days. Fairy Jing's expression didn't change as she faintly replied. How about this? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I can't be someone who doesn't keep his word. I'll accompany Fairy Jing to that place first and then come back. Actually, since we're already here, whether you go or not, it doesn't matter. Fairy Jing's misty eyes became even more hazy. Let's go. Xiaohua said to Fu Jiwen in the wooden house and then flew into the air. Fairy Jing didn't say anything. She didn't wait for Fu Jiwen to fly out of the wooden house and flew away. 1 day later, in the depths of the desert, a strange mountain stood out in the dusk. The mountain was oval in shape and split in the middle. There was a dangerous path leading from the yellow sand to the top of the mountain. At this moment, aside from Fairy Jing and Xiaohua who flew to the mountain and stood in the air, there was a man and woman who were struggling to climb the only path. Seeing Fairy Jing stop, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. The man and woman weren't cultivators, but they were quite agile and had a foundation in climbing. They should be using a light body cultivation technique. Even so, the almost straight-up mountain path was too difficult for the two of them. Although the two of them did not help each other at the beginning of the climb, when they were halfway up the mountain, the woman was surrounded by danger several times, and the man beside her could not help but lend a helping hand. In the end, when the man was in danger, the woman risked her life to save him. When the two of them escaped danger, what surprised Xiaohua was that the two of them actually held hands and returned from the middle of the mountain. They didn't forget to climb to the top of the mountain. Fairy Jing also stood in the air and stared at the man and woman. She waited until the two of them landed on the ground, then rode 2 horses at the foot of the mountain and left. Only then did she faintly say, Xiaohua, what do you think this mountain peak looks like? The circle. Xiaohua was stunned. He thought for a moment and replied, 2 semicircles. In fact, this is a heart, a broken heart. As Fairy Jing spoke, the corners of her eyes became moist. Did you see those 2? They were a couple. Although I don't know them, I know that they must have been trapped by love and reached a desperate situation to come to Heartbreak Mountain. The reason why Heartbreak Mountain is in such a remote desert and has such a difficult path is because of the unruffled love water. Anyone who drinks the unruffled love water will forget the person they love the most. There is love in the heavens and love in the world. Although there is unruffled love water in this world, there is no lack of lovers. Heartbreak Mountain was such a desolate place. It was meant to make people think carefully on their way here from the noisy mortal world. Did they need to forget their true love? Did they need to drink a mouthful of water of forgetfulness? The path of Heartbreak Mountain is so difficult to pass. It is also a test to see if people are willing to use life and death to erase the scar in their hearts. The couple just now must have passed the test and couldn't bear to part with each other, so they gave up their earlier impulse and reconciled. Chapter 3693. After she finished talking about the origin of Heartbreak Mountain and the forgotten love water, Fairy Jing held back the tears in her eyes and said with a smile, I have already told you a story before. Now, can you accompany me to the top of Heartbreak Mountain and watch me drink a mouthful of the forgotten love water? Watch as this concubine forgets about that person? See. Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He stared at Fairy Jing and couldn't figure out whether her words were true or false. He vaguely felt that Fairy Jing had feelings for him, but her story clearly didn't mention him. Xiaohua really didn't know what Fairy Jing meant by this. As the saying goes, a man can't guess a woman's thoughts. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua was at a loss when facing Fairy Jing's unfathomable heart. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, Xiaohua thought to himself. Then he followed Fairy Jing and slowly flew up Heartbreak Mountain. He probed in a low voice, is there really forgotten love water in this world? Can it really erase the love in a person's heart? Of course, Fairy Jing said decisively, Don't think that this is a desert where not a drop of water exists. Although the forgotten love water on Heartbreak Mountain is only the size of a fist, it can last for tens of thousands of years. There's an ancient saying, hearts are united on Heartbreak Mountain, but the person on Heartbreak Mountain is heartbroken. It's not a rumor. I've been looking for this place for thousands of years to forget that person. After a while, I drank the forgotten love water. Fellow Taoist Xiao will know when he sees it. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. His heart suddenly lightened, but he sighed and said, "AI, it's really hard on Fairy Jing. Actually, sometimes, a true love is a rare memory that doesn't necessarily have to be forgotten." Hehe, for a male cultivator like fellow Taoist Xiao, it's a beautiful memory. But for female cultivators like me, it might be a disgrace. How can I cultivate when I have to face the unhappiness in my heart every day? The danger of an unstable Tao heart doesn't disappear. I'll tell fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Jing smiled sweetly, as if she could really forget that person after drinking the forgotten love water. Forget it, I'll listen to your decision. Xiao Hua knew that for Fairy Jing, forgetting someone was much more realistic than missing someone. This method of severing emotions was the best choice for a cultivator like Fairy Jing. While the two of them were speechless, they had already landed on the peak of Heartbreak Mountain. The mountain peak was not big, only a few hundred feet. There was a deep crack across the mountain peak, which was where the mountain peak had split open. In the center of the crack, there was a stone stool that looked like a wine cup. The stone stool was as tall as a person and was extremely clean. In the center of the stone stool was a heart-shaped groove, and within it, there was a fist-sized spring that flashed with a blood-red color. Are you sure this Wangqing water is not poisonous? Xiao Hua was a bit worried. He looked at the color of the spring water, and then looked at the setting sun that was only left with a smear of blood red at the edge of the desert. And, at this time, Fairy Jing was really tender. Although she didn't look at Xiao Hua, her face that was looking at the setting sun in the distance revealed a kind of deep longing. She then looked at Xiao Hua as if she would never recognize him again in the future. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry. If it's as Fairy Jing said, this Wangqing water can only make you forget the person you love the most, then after drinking the Wangqing water, you will definitely remember this Xiao." This Xiao, Shu. Fairy Jing stretched out her white hand, placed it in front of Xiao Hua's lips, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I still have a very important matter to ask of you." "Is there any danger?" Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Fairy Jing smiled sadly and said, "There is no danger. I just want to ask fellow Taoist Xiao that after I drink the Wangqing water, fellow Taoist Xiao must not tell the story I told you before. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted." "Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "When did Fairy tell this Xiao a story? This Xiao seems to have never heard of it." If Xiao Hua was joking like this normally, Fairy Jing would have already laughed. But today, Fairy Jing couldn't laugh no matter what. Looking at Xiao Hua's smile, and then looking at the Wangqing water in the shadows, 2 drops of sparkling tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes, falling on both sides of her cherry lips. A salty and moist taste came from her mouth. Fairy Jing's tears were like her heart, salty and bitter. From now on, there will be no distractions in my heart, no emotions to rely on, no heart to rely on, no soul to return to. What can I do when people are in front of me? There is no shadow in my eyes. A journey on the mountain, a journey on the water, the body walks towards the lonely place. The night is deep and the shadow is invisible. The wind blows, the snow blows, the noise shatters my heart's dream. There is no such sound in this world." Fairy Jing chanted in a low voice. Seeing that the sun was setting and the sky was half red, Fairy Jing's delicate body trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, and a stream of water flew out from the heart-shaped groove and fell into her mouth. Just as the forgotten love water touched Fairy Jing's tear-stained red lips, the forgotten love water condensed in the air. Fairy Jing stared at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, thank you." Then, Fairy Jing closed her eyes and the Wangqing water fell into her mouth. After a while, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and looked around strangely. She touched her damp face and looked at Xiao Hua in bewilderment. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Where is this? Ah. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had an unimaginable understanding. It was as if heavenly lightning had fallen on his head. At this moment, he finally understood that the person Fairy Jing was talking about wasn't the person in her story, but the person in front of him. Everything before was hidden from him. Fairy Jing's words in front of Fujiwen's log cabin were the same as Yutan's words. This one. Xiao Hua originally wanted to introduce himself, but when he thought of what Fairy Jing said a few moments ago, he held back the indescribable feeling in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to know who I am. It's already late. Fellow Taoist, it's better for you to return early." Okay. Fairy Jing smiled and cupped her hands. "Although I don't know who you are, I feel very relieved. This one is called Li Jing, and my Buddhist name is Fairy Jing. I'm in charge of a seaside country in a corner of the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Taoist comes to the seaside that day, you can come to my country for a chat. Goodbye." With that, Fairy Jing urged her magic power, turned into a rainbow, and flew into the distance. Could it be? Xiao Hua watched as Fairy Jing nimbly left. His heart was truly bewildered. He looked at the already withered groove on the stone block and secretly said, Is this really the unruffled love water? The strange water that can make people and cultivators forget the person they love the most?" Xiao Hua stretched out his hand as if to test it, but just as he touched the ice-cold stone groove, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. His figure turned into the wind and flew toward Fujiwen's log cabin. He really didn't dare to touch the Wangqing water. He didn't want to forget the person he loved the most. Poor Fairy Jing. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. It was the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Even at the last moment, she still refused to say the love in her heart. She still buried it in the deepest part of her heart. Even if she had to bear the burden herself, she didn't want to let someone else be the burden. Actually, fellow Taoist already has a lot of dual cultivation partners. One more Fairy Jing doesn't matter. One less Fairy Jing doesn't matter. Why be so pedantic? Let the world have one more person without love? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the green-robed Xiao Hua sighed. "Alas, what do you know?" Xiao Hua said helplessly in his heart. "It's not that I don't like Fairy Jing. It's just that I like her. I haven't reached that level of love. You all know about my situation. I already owe others a lot. I don't know if this kind of love will have any results. The less I can, the less I can. Fellow Taoist dares to say that you don't miss her in your heart? Fellow Taoist dares to say that you didn't have any doubts just now?" The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was somewhat unwilling to let it go. If Fairy Jing had said a few more words, perhaps fellow Taoist would have thrown himself into her arms? Perhaps. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide it from these primordial spirits. He could only admit it. However, I still admire Fairy Jing's decisiveness. She's worthy of being a cultivator in charge of a country. Although her cultivation isn't very high, her way of dealing with people is much better than my indecisiveness. She's already at the early nascent soul stage. Her cultivation isn't high? The green-robed Xiao Hua mocked. Taoist Zhao's vision is also very high now. Alas, you all can say whatever you want. Perhaps this is fate. Actually, Xiao Hua's heart was also very uncomfortable. It was as if he had lost something for no reason. His heart was empty. "Io!" Suddenly, the green-robed Xiao Hua exclaimed. "Interesting. Fellow Taoist, do you feel like your heart is being twisted by a knife?" "A bit, but fellow Taoist's words are too exaggerated." Xiao Hua's heart moved. He also felt the green-robed Xiao Hua's surprise. "Fellow Taoist, do you have something to say?" "Good." The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. "Now that someone has delivered himself to your door to let you vent your anger, give I another Taoist robe." "Who?" Xiao Hua was about to release his divine sense when the green-robed Xiao Hua hastily shouted. "Don't. If you release your divine sense, won't Taoist Huoda run away? Why is Taoist Huoda here? Could it be that he also wants to forget the person he loves the most? The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was also very surprised. Xiaohua was even more puzzled. He asked, Taoist Huoda is coming here. I didn't know. How did you know? Hee. Of course it's the result of fellow Taoists stealing. The green-robed Xiaohua explained. I have been thinking about how to refine Taoist Huoda's fire gourd into a sword gourd for the past few days. I still haven't killed the trace of Taoist Huoda's primordial spirit in the gourd, so I can sense Taoist Huoda's movements within a certain range. At this point, the green-robed Xiaohua paused for a moment and said again, Fellow Taoist has already ordered I to refine a spirit treasure. I presume you're also thinking about how to refine your life treasure? Chapter 3694. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the desolate Heartbreak Mountain in the night, he sighed and said, Fairy Jing said it well. On Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is united, but on Heartbreak Mountain, one's heart is broken. The night on Heartbreak Mountain is truly desolate. Over there. The green-robed Xiaohua pointed in a direction. Xiaohua used the wind evasion technique and flew for a while. Under the guidance of the green-robed Xiaohua, he used the trace concealing technique to hide. Only then did he use his mind to enter his body. He saw that around the tricolored heaven's heart in his dantian, balls of true energy were constantly surging like flames. They seemed to have some spirituality, but if one looked carefully, they would feel that this spirituality was a bit forced, or rather, it was a bit passive. It wasn't the kind of rare spirituality. Looking outside the 5 brocade cloud painting, the endless amount of righteous qi was much more vast than before. The true energy that Xiaohua had bitterly cultivated for who knows how many years had already been condensed into true energy by the 5 brocade cloud painting. There was not a trace of impurities in his dantian. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, how do you feel? Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the scholar's primordial spirit and asked with a smile. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand, and the scroll in his hand turned into countless words. These words turned into birds and fishes or plants. Some of them turned into birds and fishes, and some of them turned into plants, and some of them turned into plants, and they covered the nearby area with green leaves. If fellow immortal had asked me before the year, I might have proudly shown off to fellow immortal. Xiaohua indifferently replied, After all, fellow immortal has been tempering the true energy in your chest for the longest time. After the seal was broken, I worked hard to catch up. Now, my strength is close to fellow immortals. Of course, according to the realm of Confucian cultivators, my cultivation is not worth mentioning. However, fellow immortal from the Buddhist sect received guidance from Grandmaster C.I. Xiang and went into seclusion. His thoughts made me feel a lot. Just as fellow immortal has been pondering, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism have their own strengths. What is the true essence of each sect's cultivation? Perhaps I already know a little bit. Fellow immortal, please speak. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. Taoism's techniques are ever-changing and have the ability to reach the heavens. Whether it was the Confucian cultivators or the Buddhist cultivators, they were far inferior in this aspect. If I simply pursue the ability of Confucianism and cultivate the Tao of primordial spirit, I will follow the prescribed path of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. I will be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. It is better for me to abandon these appearances and search for the foundation of Confucianism. When Xiaohua heard this, he clapped his hands and said, Immortal friend is right. I also feel that Great Master C.I. Xiang's words are right. If the Buddhist sect's Fozi doesn't properly handle the relationship between the corporeal body and the Saraira, even if he reincarnates for 10,000 years, he still won't be able to reach the peak. If Confucian scholars don't understand the essence of true energy and cultivation, what can they do even if they reach the void refinement and heaven fusion stage? Taoist cultivators are the same. They don't know the foundation of Taoist cultivation. Even if they cultivate to the transcending tribulation stage, I'm afraid they won't be able to achieve anything. Xiaohua echoed. That's why we each have our own responsibilities. There's no need to compete with each other. The so-called realm, the so-called means, they are all just appearances. Only by grasping the foundation can we achieve the great Tao. Green-robed Xiaohua also spoke from his lower dantian. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and opened his mouth. The imperial star spike and imperial shield flew out. He said with a smile, "To be honest, I already don't want to refine these two imperial tools. This is because the Tao of imperial tools of Confucianism is far inferior to the Tao of Taoist magic tools. It has already deviated from the foundation of Confucianism. Immortal friend, you should still slowly refine them." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's currently a chaotic world. You and I can't cultivate peacefully. One more life-saving means is one more opportunity to explore the essence of cultivation." Xiaohua agreed and sucked the two imperial tools into his mouth. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Presumably, you also understand. The so-called life origin magic treasure is to separate a part of the primordial spirit and refine it into the magic treasure. Using one's own primordial spirit to drive the magic treasure is far more convenient than using one's divine sense to drive it. It's like another magic treasure controlled by oneself. This way, although cultivators can't refine spirit tools, with a life origin magic treasure fused with the primordial spirit, it's possible to touch the threshold of spirit tools." Indeed. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Moreover, fellow Taoist already knew that your primordial spirit can no longer be split after going through the 3 gold lightning tribulation. Presumably, you've already given up on the idea of refining a life origin magic treasure, right? No. Xiaohua shook his head. Actually, the origin of a life origin magic treasure, other than the function that I just mentioned, has another function. And I know. Among the Taoist magic skills, there is a primordial spirit entrustment technique. Green-robed Xiaohua had read who knows how many ancient books and secret techniques. He naturally understood very well. A small part of the refining method of this life origin magic treasure was born from this. Yes, the primordial spirit entrustment technique is a great magic skill. It's impossible for ordinary cultivators to successfully cultivate it. Some almighty experts changed this magic skill and taught it to their own disciples, thus obtaining a life origin magic treasure. Xiaohua said with a smile. Similarly, if a cultivator's main body dies, with only the primordial spirit in the life origin magic treasure, it's impossible to achieve the goal of primordial spirit entrustment technique. However, other methods can be thought of, such as possession, to leave a chance of survival. If that's the case, to be honest, I and the others, I'm afraid we're all fellow Taoist life origin magic treasure. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a sigh. Why is fellow Taoist still entangled with the life origin magic treasure? I don't want to give up on the life origin magic treasure, not because I have to refine it, but because I want to see the mysterious primordial spirit entrustment technique. Xiaohua replied. Unfortunately, the secret technique we obtained is abnormally incomplete. We can't see anything from it at all. Don't think about it. Fellow Taoist already has a spirit tool. In the future, when this spirit tool is complete, it may even be a spiritual treasure. Why bother about the life origin magic treasure? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. Speaking up to here, green-robed Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right. If fellow Taoist has nothing to do in the future, don't use the yin and yang dual magic treasure to block disasters." Thinking about Taoist Jing Ru's cauldron, I feel a bit of heartache. See, so that's how it is. Green-robed Xiaohua said, and Xiaohua immediately understood. Although that cauldron isn't much, it contains a trace of Taoist Jing Ru's primordial spirit. It can be considered half a spirit tool. This spirit tool is not a tool spirit. After the yin and yang dual magic treasure, it will certainly have spirituality. In the future, if there's a coincidence, it can be compared to a heavenly spiritual treasure. How can it be just a heavenly spiritual treasure? Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. It's also possible to advance to the Xiantian realm. Fellow Taoist, you're more prodigal than I. I'm happy, so what? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Who asked I to be rich? Not only do I have the ocean-overturning seal, but I also have the Tingjiao scissors and the Kunlun mirror. Although I don't know where the other half of the Tingjiao scissors is, as long as the Kunlun mirror returns to the Dawn Rain continent and finds the golden core cultivator of the rock border sect, Chang Yefeng, I'll be able to obtain the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror. At that time, the Kunlun ruins will become... Just as he said that, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. That's right, I seem to have said this before. Why am I repeating it now? It was also at this moment of vigilance that shock appeared on Xiaohua's face as he looked in disbelief. At the same time, green-robed Xiaohua already understood Xiaohua's thoughts. His figure flashed and landed in that place. This was where Xiaohua stored his Qingkuan pouches, storage pouches, and worn-out magic treasures. An extremely ordinary storage pouch was thrown among them. Green-robed Xiaohua didn't use any magic. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the storage pouches one by one. He looked at the ordinary storage pouch but didn't open it. He looked up at Xiaohua's strange expression and asked in confusion, Fellow Taoist, isn't this the storage pouch of Tongmu City's Qinyuming? There's a fragment of the Kunlun mirror inside. If there's no accident, it should be in the hands of Chang Yufeng. When fellow Taoist obtained it that day, you knew about it. Why didn't you think of it? Could it be there's something in this space that you and I don't know about? Yes. Xiaohua raised his head and looked meaningfully at Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao above the starry sky. He said word by word, everything in this world is under the control of the heavenly Tao. Although you and I control this space, you and I aren't the heavenly Tao. It's impossible for us to know everything in this space. Moreover, even if we become immortals, gods, and the so-called heavenly Tao saints, don't forget, there are 50 Dian numbers, 49 Dian numbers, and there's still the evasive one. In this world, there's never anything that can be completely controlled. Rumble. Above the starry sky, a deafening sound was endless. The entire space was shaking. The originally vast space couldn't help but expand again. Damn it, the heavenly Tao, is there a mistake? This guy clearly forgot. This made-up reason can actually be understood? Green-robed Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He held his forehead and shouted, Ha, green-robed fellow Taoist, there's no place without knowledge under the heavenly Tao. You've only cultivated for a short time, so learn slowly. Xiaohua proudly took Chen Yuming's storage bag, took out the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror, looked at it, and threw it to green-robed Xiaohua. When you're refining the Kunlun mirror, think about it carefully. How did this Kunlun mirror get from Chang Yefeng to Chen Yuming? Maybe you'll know something. Huh. Green-robed Xiaohua naturally wasn't convinced. He originally wanted to retort, but his face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He then said with a smile, All right, this poor Taoist won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Either way, you and I will benefit. At this time, Huoda is already here. How about it? Fellow Taoist, you can't let him run away this time, right? Fellow Taoist, you should watch the show from the side. When fellow Taoist makes a move, I will help fellow Taoist to kill this guy. Chapter 3695. Good. Jade Archive. Xiaohua nodded. This Huodazhenren is really hateful. He is especially good at borrowing power and stirring up trouble. At the Jade Pavilion conference, he was lucky to escape by using the Confucian cultivator's formation. This time we must take his life. With that, Jade Archive Xiaohua left his body and hid to the side to observe. In the night sky, several figures flew over from the distance. However, these figures did not fly directly. Instead, they flew and stopped. Quite a few times, they even flew in other directions. Under the moonlight, the faces of 8 cultivators appeared. The one in front was Zhai Xingzi, who was wearing an emperor's robe. Next to him was Gusuchiran, who had changed into a Taoist robe. At this time, Gusuchiran had a smile in her eyes, unwilling to leave Zhai Xingzi for a moment. Although the two were not flying hand in hand, their hearts were vaguely limitless. Behind Gusuchiran was the smiling Huodajinren, but he deliberately kept a certain distance from the two and did not disturb them. Behind Taoist Huoda were 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. They all had different appearances and expressions, but all of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they carefully followed behind the 3. Zhai Xingzi accompanied Gusuchiran to a mountain peak. The two circled around the mountain and met again in the air above the mountain peak. Their faces were full of disappointment as they shook their heads. What? Isn't this the place that you two fellow cultivators are looking for? Huodajinren flew forward and asked anxiously when he saw this. Well, fellow Taoist Huoda, it's not here. Zhai Xingzi looked at the somewhat oval mountain peak below and sighed. That mountain peak is cracked. Oh? Could it be? Zhai Xingzi is looking for Heartbreak Mountain? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Who is the female cultivator beside Zhai Xingzi? But within 400 miles of my spiritual sense, there is no such mountain. Fellow Taoist and fairy are mistaken? Huodajinren was somewhat puzzled. No, it must be nearby. I know. Gusuchiran thought for a moment and shook her head. Although I don't know why, I know that as long as I find that place, I will be able to solve my confusion. That's right, this old man has the same idea. Zhai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Taoist Huoda, fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Let's go take a look over there. Zhai Xingzi raised his hand in the direction of Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Adept Huoda felt somewhat helpless, but he still smiled and said, as long as fellow Taoist Zhai Xing and fairy Zhai Xing can solve the mystery in your hearts, it's no problem for us to work a little harder. You were the one who insisted on following us. Gusuchiran snorted as if she was looking down on Huodajinren. Zhai Xingzi blurted out, how can you speak to Taoist Huoda like that? As expected, you? How do you know my nickname? Gusuchiran's face was filled with surprise and joy. I don't know either. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face, but his eyes were the same as Gusuchiran's, showing surprise. Gusuchiran shouted, I knew it. You and I must have known each other in our previous lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Just as Gusuchiran was pleasantly surprised, there was a sudden scream. Gusuchiran's body fell like a rock, straight towards the sharp rock beneath her. Chilka. Zhai Xingzi hurriedly moved his body and immediately landed below Gusuchiran. He shouted as he was about to catch Gusuchiran. However, just as he extended his arm, Zhai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. The protective light flashing around his body suddenly disappeared. Like Gusuchiran, he could no longer stand in the air and fell towards the rock. However, just as he fell, Zhai Xingzi forced himself to change his position so that he was below Gusuchiran to prevent her from getting hurt. After doing all this, Zhai Xingzi took a deep breath. He wanted to circulate his true origin and fly up again. Unfortunately, the light on the surface of Zhai Xingzi's body flickered a few times like a candle in the wind. In the end, it was extinguished. Bang bang. With 2 loud sounds, Zhai Xingzi, who was a late nascent soul master, fell powerlessly on the rock. Gusuchiran landed on Zhai Xingzi's face, knocking his jade crown askew. Huodajinren, what's going on? Zhai Xingzi raised his hand and picked up Gusuchiran, who was on top of him. He struggled to stand up and sat on a big rock. He looked at Huodajinren, who was looking at him with a cold smile in the distance, and asked faintly. Gusuchiran, who was sitting in Zhai Xingzi's arms, lowered her head shyly at first. When she heard Zhai Xingzi's words, she immediately came to her senses. If it weren't for Huodajinren's plot, even if they were in danger, Huodajinren would only need to wave his hand and they would not fall from the sky. Gusuchiran could not help but rage. Jin Yuda, you dare to plot against me? Gusuchiran's words were beyond her expectations. She could not believe it was Huodajinren who did this. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, don't worry. Huodajinren had a faint smile on his face. He did not fly closer but stood on the side. He waved his hand and the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators quickly flew around the mountain and surrounded Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchiran. Hua Dezhenren then spoke. I just want to ask, who is this fellow Taoist with Confucian cultivation? How does she know the name of I's nascent soul? I don't remember. I don't know this fellow Taoist. Jinyuda. Gusu Chiron's face was a bit pale. She called out a few times but did not know what to say. You're too bold. Fellow Taoist. Hua Dezhenren sneered. I don't even know who you are. How is this bold? Then Hua Dezhenren looked up at the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators who had surrounded Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Chiron and said, Fellow Taoists, please be the judge. This fellow Taoist appeared out of nowhere and met Zhai Xingzi alone when we returned from the Jadestage meeting. Zhai Xingzi brought her out and did not mention her origin. He only said she was Qiu Xianzi. The strangest thing is that Zhai Xingzi actually sent all the fellow Taoists away while he brought this strange Qiu Xianzi to a strange place. We have already discussed the rules that we will get after the Yaotai meeting. He has already forgotten about the rare treasures and other things that we will get. If I didn't argue with him, he would have brought the 6 of us here. Otherwise, who knows what Zhai Xingzi is up to? Zhai Xingzi looked coldly at Hua Dezhenren and did not speak. There was no sign of surrender in his eyes. If I didn't bring you fellow Taoists to follow behind them, how would we have discovered that this so-called Qiu Xianzi is not a Taoist cultivator? Perhaps she knows the simple spells of our Taoism, or perhaps she has our Taoism's mental cultivation method, but this old man can see clearly that she is a genuine Confucian cultivator. Hua Dezhenren did not hesitate to reveal Gusu Chiron's background. Since we know that Qiu Xianzi is a Confucian cultivator, then, fellow Taoists, can you think about it more? We just took the pure Yang ancestor from Jadestage Mountain and Qiu Xianzi appeared. What does this mean? Think about it, what else can it mean? It means that Zhai Xingzi is not the Zhai Xingzi we trusted before. He is in cahoots with Confucian cultivators. And this Qiu Xianzi, if I'm not wrong, she should be someone from Jadestage Mountain's Star Lord Palace. This so-called pure Yang ancestor must be Star Lord Palace's bait. Zhai Xingzi wants to return the treasure we risked our lives for to Star Lord Palace through Qiu Xianzi. Damn Jin Yuda, you yourself are Kong Hongwu's subordinate Star General. You unexpectedly slander others, falsely accuse the star plucking? The matter involved the star plucking. Gusu Chiron could not help but be furious, cursing. Qiu Xianzi is truly incredible. How do you know that I am Kong Hongwu's Star General? Hua Dezhenren asked thoughtfully, if you are not from Star Lord Palace, how do you know? Since you are not from Star Lord Palace, are you not slandering me? However, Hua Dezhenren only said this. He then said to the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, you didn't believe me before, not daring to help me kill the lackeys of Confucian cultivators. Do you understand now? Jin Yuda? Gusu Chiron bit her lip, her eyes flashing with anger. You are truly despicable. Of course you know who I am, but how can I not know who you are? Gusu Chiron turned to the nascent soul state cultivator next to her and said, Jin Yuda was a pawn that Star Lord Palace placed among the Tao cultivators. When I saw you all, the first person I contacted was naturally Zhai Xingzi, but the second was him. You may not have noticed Jin Yuda's expression at that time. It was very interesting. His face was ashen. He was afraid I would expose his true face. Fine, now that things have come to this, I will make it clear to you. I am naturally from Star Lord Palace, and I have an agreement with Jin Yuda. We can't expose each other's details. However, I really didn't expect that Jin Yuda, a little star general like you, would dare to make a move against me. Are you tired of living? Lady Qiu, I don't know what you are talking about. You can make up all you want, but I've always been upright. How many cultivators on hidden immortal continents say that I'm from Star Lord Palace? It doesn't matter whether you're there or not. Hua Dezhenren's face was full of sorrow. I believe I am worthy of heaven and earth. I believe I am worthy of my conscience. This is enough. Damn it. Gusu Chiron was obviously not as good as Hua Dezhenren. She cursed and struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, no matter how she urged her true chi, it was useless. Heart-corroding bone? Suddenly, Gusu Chiron understood and exclaimed, You actually got Star-Lord Palace's secret poison from Kong Hongwu? You really deserve to die. Chapter 3696. AI, Qiu Xianzi, why don't you honestly admit how you colluded with Zhai Xingzi? Taoist Huo sighed again. What's the point of clinging to this old man? To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the 5 fellows seeing the truth, how could this old man allow you dogs to live until today? And this old man's actions are open and aboveboard. This old man absolutely won't be criticized. Using poison is open and aboveboard? Gusuchiran sneered. Others don't know your face, but how could I not know? Taoist Huo righteously said, your cultivations are similar to this old man's. This old man admits he is not your opponent, but for the sake of the hidden immortal continent's safety, this old man would rather destroy his own reputation. And I absolutely won't let your scheme succeed. Good, Taoist said it well. A tall and thin cultivator praised. Previously, your servant had some misunderstandings about Taoist. Now, these misunderstandings have been cleared up. In the future, if someone asks about Zhai Xingzi's death, your servant will naturally testify for Taoist. AI, Taoist Huoda. Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi said, this old man truly underestimated you. I never expected your scheme to be so deep. Just now, this old man felt your goal was that supreme yang object pure yang ancestor, but now it seems you still want to take over this old man's forces one by one. Of course, Zhai Xingzi did not know that Taoist Huoda's goal was not just these two. The most important thing was that he was unable to kill Xiao Hua at the Jade Pavilion gathering, so he was unable to give an explanation to Kong Hongwu. Now that he saw Star-Lord Hall's Star General Gusuchiran unexpectedly betrayed Yaorei Mountain, he naturally felt this was an absolutely great opportunity. He only needed to capture Gusuchiran and send her to Star-Lord Hall, and all his previous mistakes would be forgiven. Furthermore, with Gusuchiran rebelling and Jing Mushuan dead, would Star-Lord Hall not have even more Star-Lord positions? He was much closer to Star-Lord positions. It would be strange if he did not seize this opportunity. However, this idea, aside from the dead Kong Hongwu and Linghu Pairan who was currently guarding Star-Lord Hall, perhaps Gusuchiran herself was not clear. This was why she was especially shocked that Taoist Huoda would go back on his word. Taoist Huoda did not take any precautions against him. However, Huojinren laughed and said, Zhai Xingzi, you secretly colluded with Star-Lord Palace. How many disciples of Dao School have you killed in the Yaotai meeting? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Previously, I respected you because you were a pillar of my Dao sect. Now, I will kill you because you are a lackey of the Confucian cultivators. Your so-called goal is nothing more than smoke in this old man's ears. This old man disdains to lower himself to your level. Fellow Taoists. Zhai Xingzi looked at the 5 nascent soul cultivators. His piercing gaze made the 5 of them not dare to look straight at him. Zhai Xingzi said, I won't say much about other things. I admit that Fairy Qiu is a Confucian cultivator. But what I want to tell you is that when we seized the pure yang ancestor, the dragon gate that should have appeared didn't appear. At that time, the entire origin formation was about to be destroyed. It was inevitable that we would all die. But at the critical moment, a rainbow bridge appeared. It was this rainbow bridge that allowed us Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to escape. This rainbow bridge was released by Fairy Qiu. It can be said that without Fairy Qiu, all the Dao School cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting would have been completely wiped out. This kind of kindness, this old man does not ask you to repay it, but you can't turn hostile and bite the hand that feeds you, right? The 5 nascent soul cultivators were obviously stunned. They also participated in the Yaotai meeting and were clear about the danger at the last moment. The appearance of the Rainbow Bridge was absolutely abrupt. However, they never thought that this sudden and life-saving Rainbow Bridge was created by Fairy Qiu in front of them. The 5 of them looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Zhai Xingzi. Huoda Zhenren laughed. You finally revealed yourself, right? Didn't you say that you didn't collude with the Star-Lord Palace? If you didn't collude with Fairy Qiu, how did you know that the rainbow bridge was created by her? This old man saw it. Zhai Xingzi was a little angry, but he still said coldly. Huozhenren also sneered, this old man is strange. My cultivation is not much lower than yours. Why didn't I see it? That day, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were also there. Why didn't they see it? Their cultivation is not lower than yours, right? Why didn't they see it? Do you think that your cultivation is higher than all the Taoist cultivators? Zhai Xingzi was speechless. The glance between him and Gusu Qiran was absolutely shocking. How could he explain it to others? How could he let others understand? So, Zhai Xingzi, why do you have to say more? Huozhenren laughed grimly, you're the lackey of the Star Lord Palace. You're the culprit who caused our Taoist cultivators to suffer losses in the Yaotai meeting. I didn't wrong you by taking your life. Senior Huoda. A slightly shorter cultivator was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I think Senior Zhai Xingzi doesn't seem to be a spy of the Star Lord Palace. And it's a little unfair to determine Senior Zhai Xingzi's life based on this inference. Even if Fairy Qiu is a Confucian cultivator and a member of the Star Lord Palace, doesn't Senior Zhai Xingzi have a good personal relationship with Kong Hongwu, the Lord of the Star Lord Palace? This doesn't mean that Senior Zhai Xingzi has wronged us Taoist cultivators. Reverend Mingchen, Huozhenren said with a smile, I know you have some doubts in your heart. Of course, the other 4 fellow cultivators also have doubts. However, I didn't invite you here to fight. I just want you to be witnesses. When someone asks, I can tell the world that I'll end Zhai Xingzi's life today. Reverend Mingchen looked at the 4 people beside him, who all looked a little embarrassed. However, Huozhenren had made it clear. The 5 of them knew that they were no match for Huozhenren, so they could only sigh slightly. Buzz. Huozhenren finished his words. He had achieved his goal. He raised his hand and a magic treasure appeared in the air, making a roaring sound. Jinyuda, how dare you? Gusu Qiran felt her bones and tendons go numb, but she forced herself to straighten up. She stood in front of Zhai Xingzi and scolded, if you want to kill Zhai Xingzi, you'll have to kill me first. Zhai Xingzi deserves to die, so do you don't think I don't dare to kill a Confucian warrior, do you? Huozhenren sneered. Gusu Qiran was not afraid. She stared at Huozhenren and threatened, Jinyuda, Star Lord Palace, is not the Star Lord Palace you know. I can tell you clearly that even if I let you Taoist cultivators go, as long as I return to Star Lord Palace, as long as I reveal my identity, that Kong Hongwu won't dare to blame me. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that even if you dare to touch a hair of Zhai Xingzi, I'll let immortal soldiers and immortal generals chop you into minced meat. I'm so scared. Seeing Gusu Qiran shouting herself hoarse, Huoda Immortal thought Gusu Qiran was just bluffing and pretending to be scared. He shouted, I can't believe a poisoned Confucian woman dares to threaten me with immortal soldiers and immortal generals. That's right. People who have been poisoned by the heart and bone corroding poison cannot threaten you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the air. 6 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core disciples of the new country were poisoned to death by you. The state preceptor of the Kujiang country, the state preceptor of the Fu country, and the state preceptor of the Lingxun country were also killed by you. There were also 4 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core cultivators from the Luoshui country and Jinyu country of Yongzhou. You also shamelessly offered the monarch of the Luoshui country, Luo Qing, and Ji Hong Ferry of the Yongzhou country to Jing Mubai of Star Lord Palace. Jinyuda, do you think these Taoist cultivators who were poisoned by you can't threaten you? Or you? After hearing these words, Huoda Daoist was scared out of his wits. These were his absolute secrets. He thought that he did it without anyone knowing. Outside of Kong Hongwu and Jing Mubao, no one else knew about it. But now, it was suddenly exposed by someone. How could he not be frightened? At the same time, he released his divine sense and frantically scanned the source of the voice. However, just as Huozhenren released his divine sense, the voice sounded from another place. It was cold and terrifying. Who I am is not important. What is important is, what did you do? You are Kong Hongwu's lackey. How dare you sow discord and slander Zhai Xingzi? Although I don't know if Zhai Xingzi is a spy of Star-Lord Palace, looking at you jumping up and down, I know he is being slandered. Go to hell. How could Hua Dezhenren dare to let the voice speak again? He activated the magic treasure in his hand and a flame flew out, rushing towards the source of the voice. However, just as the flame flew out a few feet, Hua Dezhenren's body was overflowing with brilliance. A fist of several feet in size attacked Zhai Xingzi and Gusuqiran. Moreover, Hua Dezhenren did not wait for the fist to completely hit Zhai Xingzi, who was no longer able to resist. He immediately turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. Everything was done in a split second. Hua Dezhenren made a prompt decision. Zhai Xingzi roared, "Qiu, get out of the way." As he spoke, starlight shone above Zhai Xingzi's head and countless runes surged out. Gusuqiran's expression changed greatly and she shouted, "Zhai Xingzi!" Obviously, Gusuqiran had seen Zhai Xingzi's determination to sacrifice himself to protect her. Even your natal magic treasure has been taken by me. Why are you still so arrogant? At this critical moment, the entire mountain peak was suddenly enveloped by an incomparably powerful restrictive formation. Xiaohua's tall and thin figure slowly appeared in the sky. His pair of phoenix eyes flashed with ridicule, and he was still holding a fire gourd in his hand. Chapter 3697. Xiaohua? Hua Dezhenren felt his whole body sink into a quagmire. Moreover, this restriction was becoming harder and harder. Not only was his body unable to move, but it was also difficult for the world's yuan qi to flow in. When he heard the voice, although he didn't look back, Hua Dezhenren still screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He really didn't expect to meet Xiaohua here. Taoist Master Xiao? At the same time, 3 of the 5 Yuanying middle-stage cultivators were shocked, as if they had heard of Xiaohua's name. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He glanced at them and didn't pay any attention to them. He smiled at Zhai Xingzi and said, "What a good match. If you were to use your secret technique now, then this fairy Qiu's hatred would be endless in the future." Fellow Taoist. Zhai Xingzi's secret technique was naturally blocked by Xiaohua and couldn't be completed. Now that he heard Xiaohua's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were many Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent, but who would dare to say such words to Zhai Xingzi? Wang. Hua Dezhenren didn't dare to be negligent. His whole body was covered in flames. Waves of abnormally strong fluctuations were produced from his body. Xiaohua's restriction immediately began to collapse. Following the loosening of the restriction, a thin crimson crystal thread flew out from Hua Dezhenren's head like an arrow. Immediately after, a violent explosion was produced. A passage of fire was immediately revealed. Hua Dezhenren's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and flew out of Xiaohua's restriction in a flash. Seeing Hua Dezhenren escape, Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "Damn it, old man Hua, look at you. Your life source magic treasure is in my hands. Where can you run to?" While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand. A golden light chased after him like a thunderbolt. At the same time, a light pillar also shot out from Xiaohua's head like lightning. What was special was that between Xiaohua's curved eyebrows, a layer of dark green brilliance emerged. Hundreds of soul strands, which were invisible to the naked eye, stretched out from the delirium dharma eye and landed on the fire gourd. Sizzle! A series of noises, which sounded like water droplets falling into a pot of oil, was heard. A faint shadow was dragged out from the fire gourd by the soul strands. Looking at the appearance of the shadow, wasn't it Hua Dezhenren? Those who deserve to die will die in the end. No matter how many times you escape, Xiaohua indifferently said as several hundred soul strands stirred with a schwa-schwa sound. Taoist Xiao, save me. Taoist Xiao, save me. Taoist Hua's primordial spirit screamed crazily, as if he was in extreme pain. Fellow Taoists from the New Nation won't let you go. Fellow Taoists from the Kujiang Nation, the Fu Nation, and the Lingxing Nation won't let you go. The Luo River Nation, Jingyu Nation, and Fairy Jihong also won't let you go. Xiaohua coldly said. With a twist of his soul thread, Taoist Huda's primordial spirit immediately turned into a blued and scattered in the air. Ah! In the distance, Taoist Huda also screamed in pain as his primordial spirit was destroyed. He held his head with his hands and rolled in the air. How could he still have the strength to escape? In fact, as early as when Xiaohua obtained Taoist Jing Ru's natal magic weapon, he could also control it like this. However, Xiaohua's soul cultivation realm was still low at that time, and his primordial spirit was not as solid as Taoist Jing Ru's, so he didn't dare to try it. Now, facing Taoist Huda, it was really easy. The primordial spirit inside the fire gourd was destroyed, and the brilliance of the magic weapon was completely restrained. Xiaohua turned his hand and threw it to the green-robed Xiaohua. Moreover, at this time, the dragon-like golden light had already flown to the left of Taoist Huda. With a wave of the dragon's tail, "Kacha" sounds were heard. Taoist Huda's protective armor was immediately cut open. The golden light protecting his body was also cut into two under the golden light. Pooh! Following the destruction of his physical body, a 3-feet-long baby's hands were empty. His pale face carried severe pain, and his eyes were also filled with resentment. "Xiaohua, just you wait," Taoist Huda's primordial spirit screamed. "If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Just wait for Star-Lord Palace to chase you to the ends of the earth." After saying that, a 3-colored cloud accompanied the golden light flashed, and Taoist Huda's primordial spirit disappeared in an instant. Ping! The Kunlun mirror's beam of light crossed the sky, paused at the place where Taoist Huda's primordial spirit stopped, and then shot towards the void several hundred feet away. As the light fell, another miserable cry was heard. The late-stage Taoist Huda had actually teleported several hundred feet away in the blink of an eye. However, the pitiful Taoist Huda had really met his nemesis. Even if he had teleported to the void, he was still swept up by the Kunlun mirror's beam of light and was sucked into the broken Kunlun paradise. In the future, perhaps it would be green-robed Xiaohua's excellent robe again. Seeing the seemingly invincible Taoist Huda being killed by Xiaohua in a few rounds, the eyeballs of the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators almost fell out. Aside from the 3 cultivators who had previously shouted out Xiaohua's name, the other 2 were pale. They stared blankly at Xiaohua destroying Taoist Huda's corpse and keeping the Qingkuan pouch. He turned his head to look at them with a smile. "Taoist Huda, please spare our lives." The 2 cultivators saw Xiaohua's gaze and suddenly woke up. They hurriedly bowed and said, "We were also deceived by Taoist Huda." Oh? Xiaohua sneered and looked at the 3 people. These 3 people's appearances were very unfamiliar. Xiaohua didn't know when he had seen them, so he asked, "Do you know this old man? Are you not afraid that this Xiao will kill you?" Seeing this, the 3 people looked at each other. One of them hurriedly said, "Let me tell you, Taoist Xiao, this junior has never seen Taoist Huda before. However, this junior's good friend is Qin Ying. He was saved by Taoist Xiao at the Yaotai gathering. After he left the Yaotai gathering and said goodbye to Sun Kong Shangren, he met this junior. This junior heard him talk about Taoist Xiao's righteousness, especially what Taoist Xiao said. Although I have traveled half a li earlier, I know that I am a disciple of the Tao sect, but I am also a human. The word human is easy to write, but human actions are difficult to do. Don't do small kindness, don't do small evil, this is a human. Without a human, without humanity, where would the Tao foundation come from? Where would the Tao skills come from? Only by being a good person can you be a good cultivator, can you truly comprehend the Tao of heaven." This really made him have a deep understanding, and also made him admire Taoist Xiao. That's why this junior remembers Taoist Xiao, that's why. This junior is not afraid because this junior did not do anything wrong and is not afraid of Taoist Xiao coming to find me. Yes, this junior's good friend is Taoist Jian, he also said the same thing. Another cultivator hurriedly said. This junior's good friend is Song Yunzi, he followed Senior Zhang Daoren. The last cultivator also hurriedly explained, This junior knows that Taoist Xiao will not kill the innocent. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. These 3 cultivators all heard of his name. He could be considered to have some reputation in the hidden immortal continent. Although killing Taoist Huada would provoke Star Lord Palace's anger, but would Star Lord Palace's anger be limited to this? He also wasn't afraid of this matter being leaked. Of course, Xiaohua himself also knew that even if these 5 people didn't know him, he couldn't kill them to silence them. You all make a blood oath. Xiaohua glanced at Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuran on the mountain rock and said, if what Taoist Huada said is a lie, then what Zhai Xingzi and this Qiu Xinzi said is true. We can't repay the kindness, but we also can't bite the hand that feeds us. Don't let Star Lord Palace know about Qiu Xinzi's matter. Good, Taoist Xiao is right. The 5 cultivators knew that this matter was no small matter. No matter how generous Xiaohua was, he still had to protect his life first. Xiaohua said Qiu Xinzi, but he might be hinting at Taoist Huada. The 5 cultivators hurriedly made a blood oath to not leak tonight's matter. Then, they very gratefully cupped their hands toward Xiaohua and turned into rainbows and left. Haha, Zhai Xingzi, we meet again. Xiaohua smiled and landed on the mountain rock. He tilted his head and looked at Zhai Xingzi, who was holding Gusuchuran. Gusuchuran naturally didn't know that Zhai Xingzi had said bad things to Xiaohua after leaving Yaodai Mountain. She was very shy in front of Zhai Xingzi, but in front of others she was very bold. Now that the danger was over, her eyes rolled and looked at Xiaohua. She didn't care that she was lying in the arms of a male cultivator. Xiaohua? Taoist Xiao? Gusuchuran asked strangely, you're very powerful. How come I've never heard of your name? It seems, at the Yaotai Mountain gathering, you were also seriously injured. I'm just a nobody. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I can't afford to be remembered by a big shot. And I can't afford to be misunderstood by a big shot. You're still a nobody? Gusuchuran said disdainfully. How can a person who can make Jin Yuda, a late nascent soul cultivator, flee at the first sight of him and easily kill Jin Yuda with just a magic treasure be a nobody? It's just that you hide it so well that others can't see it. Since that's the case, Chiron Fairy should quickly forget about me. Xiaohua said with a smile, but he didn't go forward. Zhai Xingzi didn't expect Xiaohua to be so narrow-minded. He sighed and said, Taoist Xiao, previously this old man had eyes but failed to see and was deceived by old man Huada. I didn't know that Taoist Xiao was the real chivalrous person and spoke ill of Taoist Xiao. This old man apologizes to this person. Hee, look at what fellow Taoist said. How foreign. You and I are both Taoist cultivators. Even if my bones are broken, my muscles are still connected. How can I put a little misunderstanding in the bottom of my heart? Xiaohua rubbed his hands and looked embarrassed. But when he looked at Zhai Xingzi again, although he was apologizing, his face was still proud, as if this strength of character was innate. If it weren't for Gusuchuran in front of him, Zhai Xingzi probably wouldn't even be able to say these soft words. Seeing that Xiaohua still didn't go forward and still had a smile on his face, Zhai Xingzi suddenly understood and a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. He knew that Xiaohua was definitely not an otherworldly expert. He immediately said in a loud voice, Taoist Xiao, this old man can't thank you enough for saving me today. This old man sees that you and old man Huada are both good at fire attacks. This old man obtained the pure young ancestor on Yaotai Mountain, but it's useless in my hands. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.